can call for help? We gotta reboot the system first.
The door locks! Ellie, boot up the door locks!
All the files of the whole park. It tells you everything. I gotta find the right file. Oh, this is it. This might be the right file.
I don't want you on this game right now.
What are you talking about?
You've been on kill 'em up games all day and all yesterday.
It's because my new favorite game.
I don't like it. You know.
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file. This isn't the right file. This might be the right file.
Let me decide! Don't send me emails during my ban!
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file. This isn't the right file. You got it! Yes!
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know? Some ate plants, some ate meat, some ate fish, and some ate beets. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to have all of you here, so glad you could join me. We're going to have a fun stream today. You're going to learn something. I'm going to learn something. It's going to be a good time. But before we talk about what's going on, I'm actually in the midst of a conversation with Twitch support right now. This is something I've been meaning to do for a long time. I just noticed that one of our moderators, Claire Burr, the ever-capable and faithful Claire Burr, thank you so much, Claire, for everything you do. Her gift sub just expired. We've been having this thing where... Well, let me explain how this works real quick. For Twitch partners are allowed, I think, 3 lifetime subscriptions to give out to viewers or moderators or whomever. And I wanted to give some out to my moderators. But the thing is, their subs have to expire, or at least that was the impression that I was under, before this can take place. So I'm talking to Twitch support, and Claire Burr, you should have... It's a T3? Of course it is, Claire Burr. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Let's see. Thank you so much for your help. Really appreciate you making this. Sorry, just a second here. That's something I've been trying to take care of for months, and I finally got a chance to do it. Science outreach. I really appreciate you. Cool. I said I really appreciate you and the rest of Twitch staff making this such a wonderful platform for science outreach. Blessed place on the internet, truly. Anyway, thank you to Twitch support. Claire Burr, the Mayor of Space, and the Lenina should all have Tier 3 lifetime subscriptions now that they won't have to pay for. So thank you so much, moderators, for all your hard work. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Anyway, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. It's so good to have you here. Today, we're going to be having kind of a chill stream, covering some fossil news. We're going to be covering some new fossil discoveries. We're going to be doing a lot of viewer Q&A. I believe we had a dinosaur deep dive.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Golganek. Thank you for the 100 bits, Golganek. Really appreciate that. Yeah. We'll be talking about the Bone Wars as well between Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope, because that was a redeem from Friday that we didn't get around to, because we were talking all about Darwin Day on Friday, so we'll be talking about that. And it's a live broadcast. You never know quite what we're going to get to, what a live science outreach broadcast will entail. So, yeah, buckle up, everybody. Yeah. Yeah, anywho, if anybody is brand new here today, then let me give you an extra special welcome, and thank you for your patience while I sorted that out. Holy cow. The thing is, time is of the essence there before the, moderators get gifted subs by the community. Feel free to gift as many subs as you would like now, everybody. Anyway, if you're brand new here today, or if you're not, if you're returning, welcome. For anybody who's new, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaur fossils. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs, and I want to clear that up right at the beginning because I recognize that since I've got dinosaurs all over my office, and dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up, what I publish on in the scientific literature, a lot of people associate paleontology with just dinosaurs, but paleontology is so much more than just dinosaurs. But I work on dinosaurs. So if you've got dinosaur questions, or if you've got questions about other aspects of paleontology, or natural history, or science in general, don't be shy with those questions. That's the beauty of a live broadcast like this, is you can ask whatever questions you've got, and I can answer them more or less in real time. Sometimes I'm a little bit slow in responding to chat, but it's my problem, Anyway, before we talk about some fossil news and stuff like that, let's go ahead and go through chat here real quick. And hang on. Wait, Princess Jingles. I'm sorry I missed your message at first, Princess Jingles. How do I feel about pina coladas and getting caught in the rain? As long as I've got, some decent rain gear, I love getting caught in the rain. If I'm prepared for it, Yeah. Pina coladas? Está bien, in my book. I like pina coladas. I like coconut, I like pineapple. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, and even if I'm not wearing rain gear, sometimes it's still nice to get caught in the rain. If I could just, jump into a hot shower afterward or something. I used to do that all the time when I was in high school. It would be on the rare occasions that it would rain here in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'd go out for a run, and, running in the rain is one of my favorite things, and then just run home and jump in the shower afterward. It's a great feeling to be able to do that. Anyway, let's say hi to everybody here in chat. Claire Burr, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Moondrop Soup, Go for Fluffernut, Golganek, Origin TT, Walter D. Castro. How are you doing? You're new here, right? Welcome, welcome, Walter D. Good to have you here. Yeah. And let's see. And Walter D. Castro says, first time here on chat from Los Angeles, California. Well, welcome, welcome. Bienvenidos, Walter D. Castro. From the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area, just north of you. Hello, hello. How are you doing? LA. It's been a while since I've been to LA. 2021. August 2021 was the last time I was there, doing a live stream from the Museum of Natural History. That was a lot of fun. Oh, and the La Brea Tar Pits as well. Anyway, welcome, welcome, Walter D. Castro. When's the last time you've been to La Brea or to the Los Angeles Museum of Natural History? I'd love to know. Yeah. And you love dinosaurs, Walter? You're in the right place. Welcome, welcome. Who else have we got here? Dinosaur Dave, what's shaking with you? I hear you're still packing right now for a move. I hope it's going well, Dinosaur Dave. It's lovely to have you here. Lady Lara Croft, how are you doing? Howdy, howdy. Yeah, Cephalon Wolf. Very Cephalon Wolf with a joke there. I tried to sue the airline for losing my luggage. Unfortunately, I lost my case. I hope that's a joke. I lost my case. Anyway, yeah. And how old is Danny Art Young Might? Oh, like all streamers here on twitch.tv. I am, of course, 21 and single, you know? All of us are, along with all the viewers. And I'm sure everyone who works at Twitch as well, you know? But yeah. And, Cephalon Wolf has discovered our new... our new little widget here on the About page. Check that out. Yeah, very nice. Current viewer locations. Take a gander at that. And one from Ireland. Yeah, who could that possibly be? Cephalon Wolf? Hello to everybody all around the world right now in the UK and Canada, Australia, Germany, Spain? Yeah, Spain, Switzerland, Ireland. Who is this? Is that the Polish flag? Poland, maybe? Is that France? Oh, and the UK has just surpassed Australia? Did that just happen? My goodness. I think that's New Zealand. That is probably Portugal and Sweden, I think. Did I get all those right? I'm not sure about the Poland one. Is this actually Poland? Somebody tell me. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, is it Latvia? Is that Latvia? Is this Latvia right here? But yeah. So anywho, very nice stuff. I just found that today on somebody else's page, and I'm like, I should add this to us here. Current viewer locations, not too shabby. Yeah. FMSSK, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Roses and tea. How are you doing? Good golly, that's a dinosaur. Yes, indeed, roses and tea. But yeah. Who else have we got? Tactile 3D Picture. How are you doing? It's good to have you back. Thank you for joining us again. Smorphosaurus. What's shaking with you? Like I said, I'd love to see that Carnotaurus if you want to share it. I'll show it off on the stream. And, yeah, and Moonrise Rabbit wants to know, is that Spinosaur... Oh, wrong button. Is that Spinosaur new? Not only is this new, it's not going to be here for long because we're having a raffle on Friday, and I'm giving it away to a lucky viewer. So, let me show you. Is something that I've had in my office for a long time. This is a papercraft Spinosaurus. I made this out of paper years ago. And it's big, and I no longer really have room for it here in my office. We're going to be putting the baby Triceratops skeleton up there. So yeah, I would be ashamed to throw it away. I can't do that. So I am going to ship it for free to a lucky viewer. Hopefully someone who doesn't live on the other side of the world and it'll cost me $1 million to ship. But we'll see, you know? Yeah. So stay tuned on Friday. We're going to be having our Spinosaurus raffle. I'll make a command for that and everything. It's going to be good. So yeah. Anywho. Drummer, how are you doing? Great to have you here. Yeah. You're one of those 4 Canadians? Smorphosaurus? It's great to have you here. Yeah. But that is one big boy, isn't it, Moonrise Rabbit? Yes, indeed. So whoever... If you're gonna enter the raffle, you better have space for this, because it's like... It's solidly a meter long. Probably a little bit longer, actually. So yeah, make sure that you've got space. And where do you go to order these? You can actually print out the files for this for free online. I'll give you a link. So even if you don't win the raffle, you could still print it yourself. There we go. I guess canon has one N, like literary canon, not canon like the weapon. But yeah, there you go. I used to work in a print shop, and so I could print things for free. I printed this out there, and there's yeah, instructions for it. There's a lot of steps involved in making this thing. But, anywho. So if you'd like to save yourself all these steps, you should enter the raffle on Friday. And, yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good. I can ship it out Saturday morning, I think. But yeah. Shouldn't the tail be more paddle-like, Smorphosaurus? That's a good question. This is from a long time ago, actually. I made this back in 2018? Or 2019? 2018. And, yeah, you know, the whole Spinosaurus thing, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about it right now, because I don't want to give too much away. But holy cow, is there a lot wrong with our current picture of Spinosaurus? I'll just say right now that, like, a lot of the reconstructions that you see nowadays are chimeras. They're actually multiple dinosaurs mixed together. So yeah. Anywho. Who else do we have got? Tommy Ploticus, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And, Pet the Staff, says Claire Burr. Claire Burr, do we have staff here in chat right now? Maybe I missed them. Awkward Cyborg, how are you doing? Good to have you here. Jody Fish, did I say hello to you yet? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Is the jaw articulated? It's not, Nell. It's fixed. So, yeah. But yeah. Is the raffle US only? It's international, not the brain. It's international, which... Again, looking at here, we've got multiple viewers from around the world currently. US is leading the charge at 22, but Canada 7, Australia 6, UK 6, Australia 4, 2 in Germany, 2 in Spain, etc. So yeah. Cool stuff. Yeah. Prusa printable. Interesting tactile. Why don't you send me a whisper about that? Yeah. Good stuff. Or message me in the Discord, maybe. Yeah. Via email. Why don't you email it to me, Smorf? I like that idea. Yeah, send me the Carnotaurus via email, Smorphosaurus. We'll take a look at it. And Tarquin, how are you doing? It's great to have you here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah, and you posted some paleo news above. Thank you, Dr. Terra. What was this? Ooh, I think I saw this earlier on Holtz's page. I knew I saw the aetosaur thing there. Yep. And new sauropods from Tibet. Ooh. Thank you, Dr. Terra. Very nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. But anyway. Somebody was asking me about this earlier, and I didn't even realize. Yesterday was Superb Owl Sunday. I didn't actually see any owls yesterday. But maybe some of you did, and I hope you had a good time watching them. Yeah. But yeah, you're one of those two from Spain. It's great to have you here, Awkward Cyborg. It really is. And there's some gorgeous owls. Aren't they superb, Tarquin? Just gorgeous. Yeah. And you saw 2 owls at a reptile expo. Are they finally letting birds into the reptile expo, Dr. Terra? We've known that birds are dinosaurs for a solid 25 years at this point. You know? It's about time they start letting birds into the reptile expo. Although I guess by that logic, at a fish expo, they should let all kinds of tetrapods in, you know? Oh, yeah. But yeah. And now, tidbits pieced together, make post office. I don't know what you mean now. What? Huh. But yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. And Tactile, some dinosaurs this summer. Can you take pictures of different fossils, maybe, if you have time for it? We'll see, Tactile, we'll see. A bunch of the fossils that I'm going to be digging up, they are not really super photogenic when they first come out of the ground. You know, I can, man, look at them. With their aerobatics there. Beautiful. Look at these superb owls. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean now. Okay, okay. Yeah, and that's a barred and a great horned owl right here. That looks like a barred owl. Or barn owl. Sorry, there's barred and barn owls. And I used to think barred owl was bard, B-A-R-D, like Shakespeare, the bard. I didn't realize it was, you know, it had bars. You know? Alright, a superb showing, owl. What a superb owl. Good stuff. If you want to see that video for yourself, here is a link. Very nice. Yeah. An excellent Smurf. Let me take a look at that real quick. And Truckhorn says, owls are great, but I also never knew so many people were so enthusiastic about acceptoriforms until yesterday. Really, falcons? Wait, no. Acceptoriforms are hawks and eagles. Right? Yeah. I don't know. People were talking all about eagles on Twitter yesterday. I didn't really look into it, but people love birds. You know, it's, as they should. It's appropriate for, you know, the bird website, Twitter, for people to be excited about birds. But Smorphosaurus has sent over some Carnotaurus artwork, which I wanted to show off. I'm sure it's going to be great. Let's take a look at this. Yeah. And here you go. I tried. Oh, very nice. Smorf, I like that a lot. Beautiful. Very nice, Smorphosaurus. Very, very nice. I like the 3 little maxillary teeth sticking out there. Yeah. Carnotaurus. And I like the big eye. Carnotaurus, such a cool dinosaur. Really, really nice. And it has the lips. Yes, indeed. It reminds me a lot of prehistoric planets. Carnotaurus. Let me pull that up. Here we go. There we go. Yeah. Carnotaurus here. Yeah, very nice. Also, with lips, you can't see the teeth there. It's got skin over them. Yeah, until... Ooh. They're not eating plants. He's clearing a little dance space for himself. We'll be talking more about this tomorrow. I'm sure I'll be showing a clip like that as we talk about dinosaur mating behaviors and how dinosaurs reproduced on a very special Valentine's or Valentinos day stream. It's going to be a lot of fun. I was getting some stuff together for this earlier. Don't miss that tomorrow. Oh, man, it's going to be great. So, yeah. Yeah. And Cephalon Wolf says, do you have any feelings about the Iguanodon? Which Iguanodon, Cephalon Wolf? What do you mean? You mean Iguanodon in general? As a genus of dinosaur? As a group of closely related ornithischian species? There's more than one? What do you mean, Cephalon Wolf? More than one? Is there more than one Iguanodon? What do you mean? We've got, like, 15 from Belgium alone. Yeah.
Stegosaurus, 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons. A versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Rippets, thank you so much for the 6. I appreciate you, Rippets. Thank you for the 6 months of support. That is extraordinary. Appreciate you very much. We've also got some new alerts today. We'll see if anybody triggers any of them. I think they're mostly sub and follower alerts. But yeah, man, we've got a bunch of Iguanodon nowadays. There we go.
I've struck gold, shouted a miner, 322 meters underground, when he discovered a tree trunk filled with glittering ore.
Yep.
In reality, they were bones encrusted with pyrite, a sparkling gold-colored
Fool's gold.
known as fool's gold.
Yeah.
A telegram was quickly sent to the Royal
Anyway,
Belgian
this helped
National
change the way that
History
people thought about dinosaurs back then. This is kind of in dinosaur science's infancy.
was 3 exciting years of excavation and the discovery of around 30 dinosaur skeletons, many almost intact.
Yeah.
600 blocks of fossils protected in plaster were transported to Brussels
Yep.
and set up in a former chapel whose high ceiling was perfect for the task of solving the giant 3D puzzle.
So anyway, the point is we've got a lot of Iguanodon. There's like 30 of them just from Bernissart in Belgium. Which makes me wonder, do we have any viewers viewing from Belgium right now? I don't see a Belgian flag. Although I'm not positive I would be able to recognize a Belgian flag. Yeah. I'm not seeing one. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. And Belgium is a sideways Germany. Oh, okay, now same colors, just rotated 90 degrees. Cool. Yeah. But yeah, good stuff. You're trying to see what species the main character from Disney's Dinosaur is, and all that Google says is Iguanodon. We've got multiple species of Iguanodon nowadays too, Cephalon Wolf, yeah. Shoot. This past summer, I was digging up what could be a new species of Iguanodon Shin. This is basically what Iguanodon would have looked like in life. We also have this, Iguanodon back here. This is like a Victorian perception of what the animal would look like. Nowadays, we know it looked a lot more like this. But we've got a dinosaur from,
version of heaven.
It is Fuilbanka. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Anyway, the dinosaur that we were digging up this past summer, when I was working with the Utah Geological Survey. Yeah. It might be the same critter as this right here, Iguana colossus, which is a close relative of Iguanodon. It's from the same family, Iguanodontidae. We might have been digging up more bones from Iguana colossus, but ours seem to be lower in section, older than the bones of Iguana colossus. So maybe it's the ancestor of Iguana colossus. We've got to go out there this next summer, this next July and August, and see if we can find more of it. See if we can solve this mystery, because, yeah, whatever it is, it's gonna be a cool animal. And there's a lovely Iguana colossus illustration that somebody did on Twitter right there. Very nice. What a cool animal, you know? Yeah. So yeah. And, an iguanodon standing upright like a person. Very nice, the Raven. The Raven, hang on a minute. I might know that iguanodon. Let me go grab that. I will be right back. Hang on a sec. Is this it? The Raven? This is Invicta's Iguanodon model. Yeah. Right here like that. Come on, focus. There we go. Yeah. Is this the same one? Yeah. But he's very similar? Nice. Yeah, this is the Invicta Iguanodon. A lot of these are made in plastic, but mine, of course, is, as you can tell, is a lovely bronze, right? I'm just kidding. It's not bronze. This is plastic, too. I just painted it to look like bronze because I thought that would be cool. And the original color was actually kind of ugly. But, yeah, why is this not focusing properly? Come on, camera. You can do it. Anyway, yeah, the Invicta Iguanodon. Good stuff. Really nice. So yeah. Speaking of Iguanodon, there was a lovely piece of art that Denver Fowler retweeted the other day that I think I liked. Let me look through my likes here. Yeah, about what a formidable animal Iguanodon would have been. It was pretty amusing. So let me scroll down, and we'll find that. Yeah, there. We'll get to it. Oh, there we go. The title is, "Hey buddy, the river's over there." Denver says, I very rarely post other people's content, but I love this so much I just have to. The artist is John Michael Golero, and he posted it over on his Facebook account. that's Baryonyx, one of my study animals, who is getting a little bit too close to a young iguanodon, and a full-grown iguanodon is not very happy about it. Yeah. Ting! Look at those thumb spikes. Isn't that great? Yeah. Oh, man. Iguanodon, very formidable animal, you know? Holy cow, especially with those thumb spikes like that. Ooh, Oscar Jr. has redeemed a dinosaur deep dive. We'll get to that in a minute. But yeah. Let's see here. I think I actually just printed one of these the other day that I could use in the field. Anyway, Iguanodon, a big beefy animal. Especially the Belgian species, Iguanodon bernisartensis. I mean, look at that critter. And I have a hand with that thumb spike that I 3D printed of Iguanodon. One of the fingers actually broke off last night. I need to reaffix that. You know, a little bit, make it much more secure. Because it was just hanging on by a thread and it snapped. But let me grab that. I'll show you. This is life-size. The hand of Iguanodon. Pretty extraordinary, right? Look at that thumb spike right there. You do not want this thing poking you. Holy moly. Yeah. So yeah, that is life-size, the hand of Iguanodon. People don't think of Iguanodon as being a particularly large dinosaur. And in the grand scheme of things, it's no sauropod or anything. It's not a titanosaur, it's not enormous. But for an ornithopod, it's pretty big. And look at that spike, you know? In life, that would have been covered with a sheath of keratin to make it even sharper, more deadly. Always in thumbs-up mode. There you go, the Raven. Yes, indeed. And mega huge, right, Travel? I don't even have the pinky finger attached to it yet. I gotta do that soon, too. I'm waiting on some plastic acrylic rods to show up that I can use as like a framework for attaching that. But, yeah. And I don't normally show stuff from Jurassic World Evolution. Like, there are much better sources of dinosaur media out there. But this I really like. It's a little grisly. But, yeah, holy cow. Watch this. How Iguanodon may have used its thumb spike. This is actually, you know, kudos to the developers for this. They did a good job, I think. A good illustration of how formidable Iguanodon could be, and how it may have actually used its thumb spikes. Oof. Yowza. Ugh. Yowza. Oh, Spinosaurid there. Ugh, some sort of Carcharodontosaurid. Terrible baryonyx. Probably deserved that. Oh, poor Albertosaurus. Some sort of a Bellisaur. Tyrannosaurus. Need I say more? Oh boy. Oh yeah. Yeah. Ugh. So yeah, don't mess with Iguanodon. What a cool animal. What a cool animal. Anyway. Thank you for following Paleontologizing. There you go, Claire Burr, yes. Yeah, shoot, there was another... I want to say there was another, Iguanodon thing that I liked the other day, and it had some sort of a joke like that, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Yeah, where was that? Oh, I think it was in, yeah. I didn't like it because it wasn't a good illustration, but I liked the caption. That's Bill Corbett, formerly of Mystery Science Theater 3000. Yeah, he was Crow T Robot, right? Anyway, Anthony Allosaurus sends his regards. That's one of the worst baryonyx I've ever seen. Just abysmal. Oh boy, yeah. Oh man. And the Raven. The Raven, are you talking about these? Yeah. Let's put these into a new holder, but there we go. Are you talking about these, the Raven? Dinosaurs. Yeah. Cause I might even have this one actually. Let me look real quick. That's your childhood? You had a good childhood then, the Raven. Holy cow. These are pretty excellent. I think David Norman was a major consultant on these, and it shows. This was like, you know, before the internet, this was maybe the best source of information for kids about dinosaurs. Really excellent stuff, you know? And very nice, Raven. Yeah, good stuff. I've got a container of them right here, and I don't know which... Let me page through real quick, because I don't think I have this one. I don't think I have the Iguanodon. Oh, I do! There it is! Yeah! So, I had like 4 random issues of this when I was a kid. I had like, not random, but it was like issues 11 through 15 or something like that. I didn't have this one as a kid, so I'm unfamiliar with it, but yeah. Yeah, look at that. Man, get got, baryonyx. Shoot. That's, yeah, you don't mess with Iguanodon. Come on, camera. Let's see if we can get this into focus properly. Camera control. Autofocus. That'll be good enough, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, there's our Iguanodon. Not a really good depiction of Iguanodon, but it's a depiction of Iguanodon nonetheless. Yeah. And, and there is that hand, the same one that I've got, almost the same one that I've got printed. Mine looks a tiny bit different from this. There's always some individual variation there, but yeah. And, yeah, oh, there we go. Yep, Iguanodon just shanking that Baryonyx. Not a good Baryonyx, holy moly. But a Baryonyx nonetheless. Ugh. This is when Baryonyx was still, like, brand new as a dinosaur. We didn't really understand it. But yeah. Anthony Allosaurus sends his regards. Yeah. Oh, boy. You know, I should like that. I already did. Okay. Yeah, cool. I guess I was thinking about retweeting it, and I didn't. But anywho. Yeah. Oh, no! Says Kirsten, yeah. He does not look happy there, you know? Oh, boy. Yeah. Ugh. Baryonyx sleeps with the fishes. A truckhorn, yes, indeed. Yeah. Anywho, what do you say we go over some fossil news real briefly, and... Well, you know what? No, first let's do that dinosaur deep dive. Let's do Oscar Jr.'s dinosaur deep dive real quick, and then maybe we'll talk about Bone Wars after that. But Bistoceratops for Oscar Jr.'s ceratopsian dinosaur. So, for those of you who don't know, dinosaur deep dives are things that viewers can redeem using channel points. And I will talk about a dinosaur in whatever kind of length I can, depending on how much we actually know about it, and try and give you like a paleontologist's eye view of this critter, you know? As a paleontologist here on Twitch, you know, I feel like it's my sworn duty to try and give you an inside peek into how fossil science works, you know? Everybody's heard about different kinds of dinosaurs through popular media, through video games, through documentaries, stuff like that. I'd like to talk about what we actually know about these animals and what we can still learn, why they're interesting from an actual paleontological perspective. So Bistoceratops is a fairly newly named Chasmosaurian dinosaur. I think we just talked about this on our New Year's Eve streams. Yeah, Bistoceratops. Dahlman et al. 2022. Yes, indeed. This is one of our most recently named ceratopsian dinosaurs. So Bistoceratops, if I remember correctly, is from New Mexico, I want to say. Let's see here. Yeah. Bistoceratops frosiorum, a new Chasmosaurian from the Upper Cretaceous, the Kirtland Formation, New Mexico. And what a beautiful critter. Holy moly. I would actually love to see how this fits in to Denver Fowler's kind of biostrat chart of late Cretaceous North American dinosaurs. And they are in the same family as Triceratops. Yes, indeed, Cephalon wolf. Yeah. Here, a little bit of background on ceratopsians. The horned dinosaurs, ceratopsids in particular. The big horned dinosaurs, such as Triceratops and Styracosaurus. Chasmosaurinae. Can I find you an image here? There we go. Kind of. That'll mostly work. Well, it would if it weren't on Facebook. Dang darn it, Facebook. You ruin everything. Basura. There's two main groups of ceratopsids. And there we go. That'll kind of work. These are not the best illustrations. Certainly not. But there's a split at the base of Ceratopsidae, it seems. So when you've got these big plant-eating, you know, beaked, horned, frilled dinosaurs, ceratopsids, they split off. Their family tree kind of splits at the bottom, and you get these two major groups, Chasmosaurines and Centrosaurines. Chasmosaurinae, Centrosaurinae. Chasmosaurinae, they tend to have longer, more more rectangular frills, and they tend to have 3 big horns. Centrosaurines tend to have shorter frills that are kind of rounder, and their nasal horn tends to be the biggest one. Although there's exceptions to all of these rules. Yeah. So Chasmosaurinae would be like Chasmosaurus, Triceratops, Pentaceratops, Torosaurus, if you think that's a separate taxon from Triceratops. I personally don't. Yeah, Centrosaurines are like Centrosaurus, Pachyrhinosaurus, Styracosaurus, and yeah. So anyway, Bistoceratops. Good stuff. So this is, I think this might be the one that was found on Ted Turner's ranch. We'll take a look at that, if I'm remembering this correctly. Yeah. And what's the meaning of Bista and Bistoceratops? It's after the Bisti Wilderness in New Mexico. It's named after a place, the Bisti Wilderness. Yeah, and good to have you here, Nafron. Thanks for being here. And how you doing, Aditya? Howdy. And Tactile, is there any evidence of how dinosaurs would have bred? We'll be talking about that tomorrow, Tactile. We've got a whole stream about that tomorrow for Valentine's Day, Valentino's Day. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be real good. So yeah. So stay tuned for that, Tactile. And howdy, MX Zenith. What's shaking with you? Good to have you here. Yeah. Bistoceratops. Beautiful animal. And let's see if we can find a news article about this. This should be recent enough that it still shows up on Google News. But I'm pretty sure this is the one that was found back in the 1990s, I think, on Ted Turner's ranch. Let's see. From the Albuquerque Journal. New horned dinosaur species discovered in northwest New Mexico. Yeah. I like this. They're kind of bragging here, but you know what? Fine by me. New Mexico is already home to a robust dinosaur history. Time to add another one. Yeah. A new species of horned dinosaur has been discovered in the 74-million-year-old rocks in the Bisti/De Nazin wilderness area in northwest New Mexico. A team of paleontologists, which includes Spencer Lucas and Sebastian Dahlman from the New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science, published the findings. So yeah. And earlier than the 90s, holy cow. The fossil itself was actually discovered by a University of Arizona field team in the 1970s. This thing had been sitting in a museum for a long time. You know, chat, sometimes when you ask me, like, Danny, all these dinosaurs that you've dug up in the past, like, when are they going to be published? And I tell you, well, sometimes it takes years, sometimes it takes decades for something to actually be dug up, transported back to the museum, accessioned into the collections, prepared, cleaned, studied, illustrated, written up, submitted to a journal. It has to make it through multiple rounds of review, and then finally it's got to await publication. This can take decades sometimes, and in this case, it did take decades. So, holy cow, yeah. This skull remained largely unprepared, meaning clean and restored, for decades, and that work has been ongoing. That preparation, plus new ideas about ceratopsian diversity, propelled recognition of it as a new species. Not just a new species, a new genus. Bistoceratops. Bisticeratops. Okay, Bisticeratops. Which is what prompted the publication of the article. There you go. Yeah. Cool stuff. I don't know enough about ceratopsians to say where exactly it belongs. Yeah. Like, is it in the Pentaceratops lineage? Is it closer to a Rhinoceratops? Is a Rhinoceratops part of the Pentaceratops? I don't actually know. I don't really work on ceratopsians. I gotta get in on that. Or, gotta look that up. But let's look her up on good old Wikipedia here, and hopefully we'll have a cladogram. Which is kind of I guess you can think of it as a hypothesis about where this animal belongs. And interesting. Okay. So potentially an ancestor of Triceratops, I suppose. Triceratopsini that's a subclade of Chasmosaurinae. But interesting that Bistoceratops and the Almond Formation Chasmosaurine are our sister taxa here. Very interesting, and this critter, which has not been named yet, I might have a chance to work on that soon, and potentially find some more of those and dig them up. We'll have to see, but that, no spoilers or anything, and no promises, but that might be something that's well, who knows? That might be something that you get to see this summer, live on Twitch. We'll have to see, So yeah. It might be, who knows? A certain paleontologist might have a chance to dig up that critter there. Sorry for being so coy about this. I don't know how much I can announce, but yeah. And Bistoceratops? It's Bistoceratops, Nell. Anyway, yeah, very excited about that. Scout, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Rose Ninja, what's shaking with you? Gargoware, it does belong in a museum.
That belongs in a museum.
Absolutely. So yeah. So Bistoceratops, cool animal. We only have a skull of it so far, but it's hopefully, along with some other dinosaurs that some other people are going to be digging up, some other ceratopsians, can help elucidate our picture of what's going on with these animals' evolution and cladogenesis, and in many cases it seems anagenesis throughout the late Cretaceous of North America. Exciting stuff. Bistoceratops, thank you, Oscar Juniors, for redeeming that one. Yeah. And Sot Quo, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Again, for anybody who might be just joining us right now, I'd like to personally welcome you to the channel and introduce myself to. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, So yeah. Good stuff. Necromancy says, just promise you won't 3D print some bones, bury them, and pretend to find them. I mean, that wouldn't work. The soil would be, way too loose around them. Yeah. The rocks that we're digging in have been in place for tens of millions of years. That's very, very different from if you just, dig a hole somewhere and bury something. The matrix is going to be really, really loose in that case. So yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people online who claim to believe that, oh yeah, dinosaurs are fake and the scientists just bury them and then they dig them up. It's I sincerely wish I could take every one of those people out and show them dinosaur fossils in the ground. Teach them how to dig them up and everything. And maybe they would stop. I don't know. But these are some of the same people who also claim that the moon doesn't exist, that it's a hologram, or that the earth is flat, or that Barack Obama was the one who killed JFK or whatever. I don't know. Some people just don't want to be right. They desperately want to be fooled. They really, really want to be wrong about things. And, you know, yeah, when you've got that kind of willpower for, you know, put toward that kind of purpose, you really can't reach people like that sometimes, you know? So, yeah, yeah. Dinosaurs were flat, says Necromancy, yes. But yeah, and there you go, Gormabald, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So yeah. Golganex is on a very, very hot day. Very hot with lots of overburden for them to remove. You know? Lots, says Golganek. You know, I think Golganek, you know, when she's thinking about, you know, science deniers and, you know, just kind of nasty people suffering awful fates like that, you know, she just can't help but shed a tear and you know, and think about,
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're
you know, yeah. But anyway, yeah. Oh, and it's too hot for you to pack right now, Dinosaur Dave. Shoot, I'm sorry. It's summer where you are, Dinosaur Dave. I hope you're trying to stay cool. Hope you're drinking plenty of water there, Dinosaur Dave. But yeah, Golganek says indeed. Oh, and cool, Rose Ninja. A Roman dig site last week. They found dog bones and a paw print. That's pretty neat, Rose Ninja. Very, very cool. I'm guessing that's somewhere in Europe, if it's a Roman dig site. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. We don't have many of those around here in California, you know? But yeah.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Gargoware, for gifting Oscar Juniors. I really appreciate that, Gargoware. Thank you, thank you. Excellent stuff. Very nice. Yeah. And Hojo Cat says there was a poem in ancient Rome about a dog who had 2 bones. You know, most dogs have more than that, Hojo Cat. You know, I don't know a great deal about mammalian osteology, but yeah, I'm pretty sure most dogs have got more than 2 bones. More than 3 even. You know? Yeah. You think it's 206, Claire? Could be. Yeah. But yeah. And Hojo Cat says he sniffed the one, he sniffed the other, he went in circles, he dropped dead. So, you know, this is why introspection is important, even for dogs. That dog who had 2 bones, if he just realized that he had so many more bones within him the whole time, he would have been saved. So yeah. The true bones were within him all along. Many of them were, Frank Big Time. It's true. It's true indeed. Oh yeah. And I love how Claire Burr has discovered the, yes! The Omega Lol emotes. Only available to those with a tier 3 sub. So there you go, Claire. Very nice. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. The true bones of the friends we made along the way. There you go, Hogan. How are you doing, Hogan? You also have access to these, Hogan, for the next 6 months, right? Hogan, welcome back. It's great to see you. It's tier 3 subscribers. Wonderful. Yeah. There you go, Aditya. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anywho, where were we? I believe we had Well, maybe we'll go over some fossil news real quick. Yeah, let's do that, and then we'll start talking about the Bone Wars, which some excellent viewer had redeemed, goodness, on Friday, and I promised we'd get to it today. So we'll do that, but first off, we're going to do some fossil news. Alright, welcome to Fossil News. This is the part of Paleontologizing in which we go over some new publications in the field of fossil science. The strong emphasis on vertebrate fossils and an even stronger emphasis on dinosaur fossils. Here's one right here. New sauropod remains from the Middle Jurassic Dongdiakyao Formation of Kamdo, Eastern Tibet. Very interesting. I don't actually know of any dinosaurs from Tibet, so this is pretty exciting, actually. And, unfortunately, this is an Elsevier journal, and I do not have access. This is paywalled, so, we will not be able to read the whole article here, but we can just take a quick overview, real quick. Quick overview, real quick. Yeah. We report isolated postcranial materials. So postcranial, that just means behind the head. So they've got some isolated bits of the skeleton behind the skull. Newly excavated from the Middle Jurassic Dongdiakyao Formation in Chaya County, Kamdo City, Eastern Tibet. Assignable to Eusauropoda. So shoot, it's so incomplete that we don't really know what kind of sauropod dinosaur it was. But eusauropods, of course, are these big critters. Are we gonna get images for Eusauropoda? I guess. These are... Eusauropoda means true sauropods. And sauropods, of course, are the long-necked, long-tailed, plant-eating dinosaurs. Like these guys. Oh, and those are some beautiful illustrations. I recognize where they got these from. A lot of these are from the old Jurassic Park Institute website. Good stuff. But yeah. Yeah, they're big animals. Sauropods, almost as a rule, are bigger than elephants, which is pretty cool. We've got an entire clade of dinosaurs where, like, almost all of them are bigger than elephants, which is pretty crazy. I guess almost all of them. A great many of them. Some of them are way more than, 10 elephants, which is pretty cool. So yeah. And Nell, was that from you? I have that message saved in my notes. I was gonna go over that before we get into the Bone Wars. But yeah. Good stuff. Eusauropods. We've got one from Tibet now. Very cool. Isolated material, but it's nice to know that we've got those critters in that part of the world. Our next item, this is in JVP, so I should be able to access... Oh, and it's free access. Well. I don't even have to sign in. Let's have ourselves a look. And there's a link there in chat. There you go. And here, let me check on something real quick. Let me get back. There we go. Yeah. The title is Triassic Nursery. The Triassic is the first period in the age of dinosaurs. Triassic, then Jurassic, then Cretaceous. And then asteroid. Ooh. Evidence of gregarious behavior in juvenile Pseudotsuchian archosaurs is inferred by humeral histology of Aetosaurus ferratus. Ooh, very cool. Aetosaurs are a really neat group of critters from before the dinosaurs. And they lived alongside some of the first dinosaurs. They're... how do I describe them? They're like if a crocodile wanted to be a pig, I guess. sometimes with crazy armor spikes. So, yeah. If a crocodile wanted to be a pig that was also really into punk rock, and the whole punk rock aesthetic with spikes and rivets and whatever, these are aetosaurs. They lived in the Triassic period. They're one of the groups that actually goes extinct at the end of the Triassic. And, here, I can make these bigger. There we go. But yeah, they're really neat animals. They really are. And I think they're kind of underappreciated in a lot of ways. And what a cool skeletal mount right there. That's pretty neat. So yeah. Yeah. We've got evidence of gregarious behavior in them, so they're living in groups potentially. Really neat stuff. They're clade of quadrupedal armored archosaurs whose terrestrial ecology is inferred as including both herbivory and omnivory. So these are big, four-legged animals from the same general group that dinosaurs are from, even though they're not dinosaurs. And how gregarious are they doing karaoke? Mayor Space, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here, Mayor Space. Mayor Space, by the way, Mayor Space, you should see if those emotes there are available to you, because if everything went according to plan, you should have a tier 3 sub right now, Mayor Space. Yeah. Give it a spin. Let's hope it works. Anyway, yeah. They're cool animals. And do we not have an abstract for this? Maybe they don't have the abstract on there. I guess it's a short communication. They don't have an abstract? Huh. Anyway, this is in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology, which is our in-house journal for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, which is the society that I am a proud member of. Yeah. There we go. SVP. This is our professional society as vertebrate paleontologists around the world. And there's an in-house journal that we have called the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology. And that's what this is published in. Yeah. Serious Vice Principal, says Mayor of Space. There you go. Yeah. And, oh, and uh-oh. Mayor of Space, uh-oh. I hope something didn't go wrong. I don't know if I included the underscores in, when I was talking to Twitch staff about that. We'll have to see. I asked them to check, but it's a spur of the moment thing. We'll have to see about that. Only a tier 1. Yeah. Oh shoot, I might have to check on that. Anywho, yeah. We'll have to see. I said, hey, make sure I got the spelling right. Double check on that. But yeah. Anywho, we'll have to see about that. You hang tight, Mayor Space. We'll get this sorted. Yeah. Anywho, pretty cool that we've got evidence of gregarious behavior in juvenile aetosaurs, as inferred by humeral histology. So they actually cut open the upper arm bones and looked at the growth patterns inside, which is really neat. Yeah.
Here's some objects, gorgeous gargantuans and authentic, because though they died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
Iacane.
Anyone who graduates from Clown College has my respect. It's no small feat.
Oh, that's a pun there, Iacane. Thank you for the 19 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Iacane. It's great to have you here. How are you doing? Yeah. Oh yeah. Anywho. Pretty neat that not only is histology really important for dinosaur science, but also for dinosaur relatives, for critters who are not dinosaurs from the Triassic period. Which is pretty neat. We studied the humoral histology of 2 specimens from Aetosaurus ferratus assemblage, determine whether the small size reflects its early ontogenetic stage, or it is diagnostic of the species. Once again, histology and ontogeny helping us to sort out some of these mysteries and figure out what's actually going on with the biology of these animals. Really, really cool. So I guess they'd found multiple of these critters together that were small. Little old aetosaurs. You know, little guys like this. Several of them together. And so the question became, are these guys just young? Are they small because they're young? Or are they small because this is just a small species here? Now it turns out, they're small because they're young. And they're able to figure that out by cutting open those arm bones, looking at the growth rings inside and going, shoot, these guys have only been alive for a couple years. Kind of like looking at the rings in a tree stump. Yeah, so ontogenetically they are young at an early ontogenetic stage. And, let's see, is this still broken right here? It is, I think. Shoot. Oh, nope, there we go. Ontogeny.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. Ontogeny is really important to consider when you're studying extinct animals.
Ontogeny.
If all we have are their skeletons, and their skulls and other bones look way different at different growth stages,
ontogeny.
You gotta make sure that those differences, like, are they because the animals are different growth stages, or is it because they're different species?
Ontogeny.
Really, really important stuff to consider. So yeah. Anywho. And, but the music, says Gargoware? Gargoware doesn't like the music, Ruby Red does like the music. Yeah. I actually had to look that music up, because I didn't know. I don't know. Somebody brought it up. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know anything about Pokemon, but, people have been talking about, like, oh, Pokemon evolving, and they evolve throughout their lifespans. It's like, that's not how evolution works. That's actually ontogeny right there. So anyway, yeah. So it's kind of funny to me that Pokemon evolution is not actually evolution at all.
Ontogeny.
It's ontogeny, yeah. There you go, Kleber. So cool stuff. Cool stuff. And, you know, unlike in a news article, when there's a question mark in it, in, like, the title of a scientific article, the answer is often not no. Usually the answer is no. Like, is something something because of this and that? And a news article headline, the answer is usually no, probably not. But here, it could very well be. You know, the answer could be yes. So, yeah. One of the many differences between the scientific literature and regular news, you know? Yeah. Clickbait in my journal article? Not in this case, it seems. Yeah. Yeah. And Dr. Terra says, I thought it was metamorphosis, like sometimes they change completely. So metamorphosis that's a form of ontogeny. Like those are changes that happen during ontogeny, Dr. Terra. During the life cycle of a single organism. Yeah, like a frog going from an egg to a tadpole to a frogling to an adult frog. It's all, that's ontogeny right there, you know? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Do we have a video about that? Let's see. Lots of, songs called ontogeny, apparently. But yeah, shoot. Anyway, we've got one more article here to go over about pterosaurs, and I don't think we're gonna be able to, unfortunately, this is also paywalled. I thought current biology was mostly, open access, but I guess not. Yeah. Let's see. So the study about pterosaurs. Pterosaurs, of course, are these flying reptiles. Pterosaurs, who are not dinosaurs. Pterosaurs are not actually dinosaurs. They're close relatives of dinosaurs, but they're just outside the dinosaur family tree. So these guys, not actually dinosaurs. Despite what many members of the public seem to think. Not dinosaurs. Anyway, their study says it demonstrates the following. A body size plays an important role in pterosaur lineage diversification during nearly their whole evolutionary history. Then the evolution of locomotion, trophic, and ornamental structures also plays a role in different periods. Birds, the other major flying tetrapod group at the time, might have affected pterosaur macroevolution for about 100 million years. And different mass extinction events might have affected pterosaur evolution differently. All that makes sense. Yeah. Particularly the revealed decline in pterosaur biodiversity during the Middle and Late Cretaceous periods provides further support for the possible presence of a biodiversity decline of large terrestrial amniotes starting in the mid-Cretaceous. I don't know about that. I think a lot of this is preservational. But anyway, interesting stuff. I would be interested in reading the whole thing, but unfortunately it's paywalled, so I don't have access to that. So yeah. Ruby Red says, what are they doing with dinosaurs then? Like mice and fish? What do you mean, Ruby Red? Yeah. Here, let me maybe walk you through it. Maybe you're asking why pterosaurs are not dinosaurs? Yeah. Go back to this old standby here. There we go. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call, say it with me, everybody, a phylogeny. Yeah. And so yeah, pterosaurs are just coexisting with dinosaurs, Ruby Red. They're closely related to dinosaurs, but they are not dinosaurs themselves. So again, this is what we call a phylogeny. Look at how my handwriting has improved on this. So this is an evolutionary family tree, what you see here. And this only shows Archosauria. So this is like one tiny, tiny, tiny inset on the whole grand tree of life with all living things. Alive and dead. So starting right here, everything from this ancestor onward, everything that evolves from this ancestor is an Archosaur.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Hey, Danny.
And hey, Wookiee Gaming, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. So these are all Archosaurs. Archosaurs meaning ruling reptiles. Those are your Archosaurs there. So everything that evolves from this ancestor is an Archosaur.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, I appreciate the compliment, Mick Grogan, and I appreciate the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So anyway, pterosaurs show up right here. They are ornithodyrans. These are what we call clades. There's a clade, there's a clade, there's a clade. This is where dinosaurs start right here. It says Dinosauria right there. So everything from here onward is a dinosaur, including birds. Birds are dinosaurs. There we go. Because they evolved from this dinosaur ancestor. Does that make sense? So, once again, birds are dinosaurs. Yeah. Like birds are us. Birds are dinosaurs. Anyway. Yeah. That was a Toys R Us joke. Not birds. Birds are not mammals. They're not related to us as people. Completely different group. They're dinosaurs. But, anyway, yeah. So pterosaurs are just outside of the dinosaur family tree.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Are you taking commission pieces for the printer?
For the 3D printer? I'm not Wookiee Gaming, no. What do you mean commission pieces for the printer? I've never done it before, at least. It's never occurred to me. Thank you for the 100 bits, though, Wookiee Gaming. I really appreciate that. But yeah, yeah. Like a head for your son? Your son's missing his head, Wookiee Gaming? I've never printed any prosthetic parts on my printer, let alone a head. Oh, dino head. Oh, no. Like a skull? I mean, that might take hundreds of hours to print, Wookiee Gaming. That'd be pretty hefty. And then I'd have to ship it and everything. Yeah, sorry. Like the one I was working on? Yeah, I've never done anything like that before. Yeah. And, yeah, that's actually still sitting there. This one took, I think, 18 hours. This is just half of my Stegosaurus skull. Not Stegosaurus, but Stegosaurus. But yeah, yeah. And there you go, Mayor Space. That, yeah. And yet it would be very expensive, Hogan. Like, if I were to sell this, it would probably be like $100 or something like that, just for this little thing. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, anywho, we were talking about these here. So pterosaurs are not dinosaurs. They lived alongside them, and they're very closely related to them. They're basically like cousins to the dinosaurs. They're super close, but they're not actually dinosaurs themselves, if that makes sense. Yeah. You got that? I hope it makes sense.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And, yeah, if you need to do commissions, I'd pay the 100. And the shipping cost? Wookiee Gaming? Well, send me a whisper, I guess. I don't know.
Easy, you need to do comments. It paid 100 and the shipping cost.
That's an idea, yeah. Yeah, send me a whisper, and we can talk about it, I guess. Yeah. I'm really gonna negotiate live on stream, if that makes sense. And who are the ancestors of the reptiles? That's a great question, It's Fluer. Yeah. There's my mouse. So, let's see. Amniote phylogenetic tree. Let's see. So that, it's not really. That kind of works. Yeah. So this is pretty cool because. Yep. This is another phylogeny right here with pictures of critters on it, which is pretty neat. So you'll see at the bottom it says ancestral amniote. This is the vertebrate animal that evolved from, you know, like amphibians that gave rise to all the reptiles, including birds, and also to mammals. Mammals actually split off really early down here, if that makes sense. So mammals did not evolve from reptiles. They split off from that ancestral amniote way down at the bottom. That's where synapsids split off. That group Synapsida diverges very, very early from Sauropsida. Sauropsida is, you know, all of these critters up here. In fact, we can find those. Right here. Sauropsids. Let's zoom into there. Yeah. Very nice. Sauropsids. Here we are. Yeah. So this includes, you know, snakes, lizards, turtles, crocodilians, tuataras also, and birds. So since it includes birds, it obviously also includes dinosaurs. But this tree of life here doesn't really include long extinct species, long extinct groups like non-avian dinosaurs. So, you're not going to see dinosaurs right here, except for birds, if that makes sense. So yeah, and tuatara, yes indeed, Ruby Red. Tuatara are right here. Holy cow. There's only one living species, one living representative of this entire group still in the whole world. Sphenodon is the only living Sphenodontian. This used to be a very diverse group of critters all over the world. Now we've got one species left in New Zealand. They are extremely important to protect because they're literally the last of their kind. It's like an entire order or super order of reptiles. We've got but one species.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
And thank you, Rockhard. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thanks for that follow. Yeah. So good stuff. Good stuff. And being sponsored by Erland Lee. Yeah, there you go, Necromancy. I don't know who that is, but good on him.
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is things you get at the end of the paper towels. The
put it up to your mouth and you go, dir.
That's what this thing is like.
Yeah.
Are there reptiles that are endangered like the tutara?
There are many, many other reptiles, Triceratops, that are endangered, yes. Thank you. This is not yay that there are endangered reptiles. This is yay, thank you for the 10 months of support, Triceratops. I really appreciate that. Yeah. A lot. A lot. In fact, this should say endangered right here. It says least concern. Goodness. I'm pretty sure tuatara are endangered, aren't But yeah, that's not good at all. Yeah, Triceratops. Here, I'll give you this link so you can read more about endangered reptiles if you would like to. Yeah. Oof. And Layer T. Okay, gotcha. Layer T, are you from New Zealand, maybe? Tens of thousands of tuatara. They're not quite on the same level as some of the birds. Ooh, yeah. Lots of really cool bird species in New Zealand, which are, oh boy, yeah. And Necromancy says it is always mind-blowing to think about the countless species that we never have, we've never found and never will discover. I mean, yeah. Necromancy, that's... it is kind of mind-blowing to think about, you know? Yeah. As a paleontologist, you know, I go out and I dig up dinosaurs, and other paleontologists dig up other kinds of critters, and we try and figure out what the world was like at various time periods in the past. And that can help give us perspective about, you know, what things mean today. But we also have to consider that so many of the different critters that were around back then may never have been lucky enough to get fossilized. There are so many creatures that existed here on our planet that, you know, I don't like to say the phrase like, oh, we can't know about them. Oh, can't know because it kind of shuts us off to the idea of discovery. And I never want to have that attitude, you know? But realistically speaking, there's so many critters that we probably never will know about because they just never were lucky enough to be fossilized in the first place. By virtue of not living in the right environment, or by virtue of maybe not having hard parts. Like, how many species of fossil slug do we have? Not very many, you know? We've got a lot more species of fossil snails than we do of fossil slugs, I betcha. I don't know, I'm not an invertebrate paleontologist. But yeah, if you're all soft, squishy stuff, it's not very likely. If you don't have bones or shells or teeth or anything to be preserved, you might just be gone after you're gone, not really leave much of a trace. And that's...
Speaking of dinosaurs, did you realize that chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs with
They
feet?
are.
I didn't. Until I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy. But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Well, thank you, Majat, for bravely speaking the truth there with your 13 months of support, Majat. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Oh, yeah. Appreciate you, Majat. Thank you for being here, and thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Good stuff. Yeah. And Dr. Terra says, maybe trace fossils for the soft squiddies? Yeah. That's a possibility for a lot of small soft critters, leaving trace fossils, but yeah, I don't know. It's not super common. We do need more people studying trace fossils. Man, I wish we had Tony Martin here to talk about that. But yeah. And the Lenina, how are you doing? Lenina, what's shaking with you? I hope you're doing well. Enjoy that long-time sub there. That's excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. Moonrise Rabbit says, I cry thinking about all the Michigan dinosaurs ground up by glaciers. Yeah, shoot. Or all of the dinosaurs that we had living here in, coastal California, whose remains we'll never find. Or many other places in the world, We need time machines, says Ruby Red. Yeah. I don't know. I'm content with digging up fossils for now. I don't want to accidentally go back in time and step on a butterfly and, yeah. You all know how that story goes. The ones that were subducted and metamorphosed? Exactly, Dinosaur Dave. Or, shoot, even just think about the number of new species, new fossil critters, who will never be scientifically described because they're just, like, on some rich guy's mantelpiece because, they're in a private collection like that. Some oil tycoon has purchased something at auction, and the rest of the world will never get to know about it because, I think this would be a cool thing to have up here, put it next to all my hunting trophies and, yeah. Next to the helipad. Therizinosaurus eggs in private collection. Exactly, Dr. Terra, yeah. Oh, boy. And Son of Thunder. Exactly, Layer T. Yes, indeed. Layer T knows what's up. And thank you, Claire Burr. I missed this message from Ruby Red. Ruby Red says, I have a question from my dad. Ooh. Is there an agreed way for pronouncing Diplodocus? Spelling the long fella. I say Diplodocus, and he says Diplodocus. I've never heard anybody say Diplodocus before, but I have heard people say Diplodocus. It's one of these tomato-potato kinds of things, In the sciences, we've got... The thing is, science is an international endeavor. We've got scientists from all over the world, and we're all united under the umbrella of science, all trying to figure out, unlock these mysteries of nature. We've got people from different cultural backgrounds, different nationalities, different languages. And originally, Well, you know what? Here. Maybe we'll watch a quick video about this, actually, because this will be a neat thing to discuss. Yeah. Here we go. Some of you might have wondered, like, with dinosaur names, or, yeah. Maybe some of you remember seeing this, jokes about this in, here we go. In, Roadrunner and Coyote cartoons. They kind of make fun of the, like, Latin binomials. There we go. Carnivorus vulgaris. Roadrunnerus digestus. Oedipus anythingus. Anyway. Oedipus almost anythingus. So these are kind of making fun of the idea of Latin binomials here. Famicius. They got this part wrong. There shouldn't be a dash, and the species name is always lowercase here. Yeah. Anyway, does anybody here actually know the real Latin binomial for a coyote? Aetius slabius. Yeah. Anywho, you get the idea. But that's kind of making fun of, like, oh, these really complicated Latin terms that scientists use to refer to living things. You know, organisms, why do they have these crazy Latin names? Like Diplodocus, for instance, whose name means double beam. Those names, you know, those Latin binomials like that exist for a reason, and we'll talk about why. And it is, indeed, Canis latrans. There you go, Helix Fossil. Yes, indeed. Very nice. Yeah. Here. Yeah. Here we've got, oh, this is lovely. And, this should, oh, it's so small. Anyway. Canis latrans, the coyote. Canis lupus is the gray wolf. Canis rufus is the red wolf. And Canis lupus familiaris is the domestic dog. And this is also a phylogeny right here. So these all evolved from a common ancestor. They're all part of family Canidae. So yeah. Yeah. And wolf barks, as Jody Fish. Oh, does that what latrans actually means? Ah. Yeah. Anyway, this is a great graphic, isn't it, Claire Burr? Let's take a look at this right here.
Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Latin, not to praise it.
Shakespeare reference there.
Salve, amicis! Ego et Julius, hoc est dinunti. As you can tell by my pronunciation, grammar, and word choice, I'm among the select 7 or so billion people who do not speak Latin as a primary language. In fact, everybody says that Latin is a dead language. And speaks it outside of extracurricular clubs. Really, just
I thought Laerty was criticizing his delivery, like, oh, that's corny, you know, like, you know. No, Laerty says, boo, keep Latin alive. Okay, Laerty. I see where you're coming from. I was going to say, that was a little bit corny, but, you know, it's okay to be corny. It's okay to be earnest. It's okay to be... Yeah. The idea of cringe is an idea that I think is a little bit cringy, you know? It's just like, let people do what they do, you know? Anyway, Let's continue.
Designed to show off a billion people who do not speak Latin as a primary language. In fact, everybody says that Latin is a dead language, and nobody speaks it, outside of extracurricular clubs really just designed to show off how smart everyone in the club is. Bacones. But that's not exactly true, as we in the science, medicine, law, and education biz know very, very well.
Yeah.
It's still regularly used in all of these disciplines, mostly for descriptions of things. So while Latin is definitely dead, it isn't extinct, which is the term we use for languages which have no speakers or continued usage. In fact, Latin is kind of a victus mortis, or a zombie language.
Yes,
It's
indeed.
dead, but lives on in describing animal species, parts of the body, legal principles, debate tactics, and a lot more. But why? Why do we use Ursus maritimus instead of polar bear? Well, the answer is multifaceted, as these things usually are.
So why do we use Diplodocus instead of, you know, long neck longy boy or something like that? Well, it gets into like internationality. It gets into people from all over the world speak different languages. We want to have one common language in science that we can use to describe this thing. Whether you speak English or Swahili or Japanese or Portuguese, you'll know what I'm talking about when I say Diplodocus. And this is actually kind of funny because sometimes I'll look at papers, scientific papers that are written in Mandarin or French or something like that, languages that I don't speak, and I don't recognize many of the words at all until we get to a dinosaur genus name. And it's like, oh yeah, Megalosaurus. Oh yeah, Cedaropelta. Yeah, good stuff, Oh yeah.
But let's start with Catholicism. See, around the 4th century, a craze was sweeping the ancient Roman Empire, and all the kids were calling it Christianity. This ultimately led to the formation of the Roman Catholic Church. The church was a huge fan of Latin, largely because that's what the common man spoke, and that was their target audience. Over time, Latin was promoted as being the language of religion and knowledge. And since it was before the age of tweeting, everything written down was pretty dang important.
And let's see. Matt Pye says that's an artifact from history. When scientific literature was written in Latin, that's where they're getting to, Matt Pye. You're spot on, as usual. Yes, indeed.
Scientific and medical discoveries, laws, and basically any source of information in the Roman Empire was in Latin. This meant that in order to be part of the educated or religious portion of society, you had to speak, read, and write in Latin. But after the fall of the Roman Empire...
And Orchid Twilight says, I was told that the Chinese use Mandarin because they have problems speaking Latin? I mean, people from all kinds of different countries they'll often write scientific articles in their native language. There were some articles published in Spanish recently on dinosaurs. There were some in French. There were some in Mandarin. I saw a bunch in Japanese. I don't think it's that people in China have any particular difficulty speaking Latin. It's just... Or nobody speaks Latin anymore, but like English, it's just... A lot of people don't learn English, Like, I don't speak Chinese. It doesn't, doesn't mean that I'm dumb. Maybe I am dumb, but I just never learned Chinese, So yeah, it isn't really fair that English has become kind of like the lingua franca of the sciences. English really has become like the international scientific language, and researchers who can't speak English are often at a big disadvantage in their careers. But yeah. Anyway, English has almost kind of supplanted Latin in that sense. But Latin terms are still used in a lot of different discussions.
Latin was deformalized and broken down into what we know today as the Romance languages. Romance for Rome. This includes French, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, and Romanian. So why do we use any of those languages to describe laws or bears? One big reason is that dead languages don't move around very much, because they're dead. Latin is
they're
frozen
codified.
and without major populations speaking it, the words in
like
it
they're
don't
preserved
change
in amber
meaning anymore due to popular usage.
Yep.
For example, we used to use the word dank to describe your cellar, not your memes. But Ursus maritimus will likely always be the Latin name for those carnivorous white monsters roaming around the Arctic Circle, whereas polar bear could be, and probably is, a slang term for a weird sexual act. I don't know, somebody look it up on Urban Dictionary.
Or don't.
Don't.
Dinosaur man.
And JMM, how are you doing? 2 months. Thank you for your support, JMM. I really appreciate you. How are you doing? It's great to have you here. Yeah.
And
yeah.
this makes scientific naming
And thank you,
notation
Orchid. I appreciate
particularly
you.
standardized, even when we discovered new things to be named. All species have a two-part scientific designation called binomial nomenclature, or its Latin name. The application of these names is governed by the International.
Anyway, we're going to get to this in a second, but I've got some chat messages I got to catch up to. English is a dumb language, Lenina. It really is. Like, it doesn't make any sense in so many different ways. Yeah. But yeah. And, wait, Troy Division had a message here. I got to find that. Do you think we are doomed, destined to become fossilized and superseded by the new balloon-based life form fighting over the USA? From what I understand, Troy Division, the whole balloons thing... Oh, boy. It's another excuse to fund the already just... you know, the U.S. military budget. It's like Mr. Creosote, you know? They just want another wafer-thin mint, you know? They just want some more funding. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Has anybody seen that movie? Monty Python's The Meaning of Life. Yeah. Anyway, I will not show it now. I will not. A wafer-thin mint? Troy Division? Yes, indeed. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're always looking for more funding, despite... Yeah, whatever. But also, from what I understand now, there was this balloon that was visible over Montana a week or so ago, and now suddenly, like, U.S. Air Defense have switched their settings. There used to be, like, a speed gate, I guess, on the radar, so they wouldn't actually detect slow-moving things like weather balloons, and they changed that. And so now they're picking up all these weather balloons that have been there all along. Everybody's freaking out over it, and that's my understanding of what's going on. But Iacane says, as a lizard person, I welcome the new balloon overlords. Iacane, I appreciate you. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So yeah. And Orchid, English is a mutt language. I mean, many languages are. Yeah. Girl Scout cookie craving intensifies. There you go, Iacane. Yeah. When are Girl Scout cookies going to become available again? And how weird is that, too, that, like... that there's this item that everyone wants, and you can only get it... It's such a weird distribution kind of a deal. I think I remember there's some stand-up comic who had a joke about Girl Scout cookies and about how it's like purchasing illicit substances from the mob or something like that. It's like, these cookies are really, really good, but you can only get them for a limited time from a group of little girls in uniforms who kind of stand around, and you have to ask them for them. Anyway, March into February. I don't know, Claire. Yeah. End of February. Okay, Iacane, huh? But anyway. Are they homemade? Says Ruby Red. Oh, shoot. People here in the outside of the United States might not know what I'm talking about, but here in the U.S., there's a phenomenon. It's like a weird cultural thing. Girl Scouts selling cookies. So the Girl Scouts is a, like, paramilitary group here in the U.S., and their operations are funded through the selling of confections. Yeah. They sell cookies outside of storefronts and places like that. They're not really a paramilitary group, I was kidding. No, the Girl Scouts of America, great organization. Some of my favorite people in the world are former Girl Scouts. People like my old boss at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. Pat Holroyd was a Girl Scout. Yeah, anyway. So Girl Scouts sell Girl Scout cookies, and there's like a limited amount of time every year that you can get them. But they're very sought after, and this is a fundraiser for them to, to raise money for their organization. So yeah. They're Navy SEALs, says Necromancy. And it's not an early childhood MLM system. No, Ruby Red. It's legit. It's actually legit. Yeah. And tagalongs are the best. I really like Thin Mints too, except Kirsten. And whatever the lemon ones are, I think the lemon ones are my favorite. Anyway, we're just trying to talk about... Do we have to watch a video now on Girl Scout cookies? You can look it up on your own if you'd like, everybody. We're going to stay on topic here. We're going to continue talking about Latin binomials and why it doesn't really matter at the end of the day whether you say Diplodocus or Diplodocus. People know what you're talking about. It's a dead language anyway. Who cares? But you're good, Ruby Red. You're good. They've got peanut butter ones too, Carpomania. Oh boy, this is not a sponsored broadcast. Let's get back to what we were talking about here. Goodness.
Somebody look it up on Urban Dictionary.
Yeah.
Don't. And this makes scientific naming and notation particularly standardized.
There we go. Yeah.
To be named. All species have a two-part scientific designation called binomial nomenclature, or its Latin name. The application of these names is governed by the International Code of Zoological
The ICZN.
ICZN. And
Yeah.
the
Known in the UK as the ICZN.
International Code of Nomenclature for Algae, Fungi, and Plants, the ICN. The first name is called the generic epithet and is usually the genus, while the second is a specific epithet or the species. Sometimes there's even a third name for a subspecies included. So we, Homo sapiens, are of the genus Homo, meaning man, which also includes Neanderthals and other hominids. But specifically, we are sapiens, meaning wise. As a group, we are wise men, and women, of course.
And other people. But let's look at here's our coyotes here. Excuse me. Here we go. You got the same thing here. Canis rufus is the red wolf. Canis latrans is the coyote. Canis lupus is the gray wolf. Canis lupus familiaris, there's a trinomial there. Because some people consider the dog to be a subspecies of the wolf. Because it diverged so recently. Other people just say Canis familiaris. They cut out the lupus here. But anyway, these are all members right here. Annotate this. Genus Canis. Canis. Right there. And that's what we call a genus. So you've got genus and species. So another example would be Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus is the genus, Rex is the species. Same with Homo sapiens. Homo is the genus, sapiens is the species. And a genus can have many different species. Rufus, latrans, lupus, there's probably more. Lupus familiaris. Vulpes is a different genus over here. It's within the same family, Canidae, but vulpes are the foxes. We've got common fox, Arctic fox, fennec fox. Those are all genus Vulpes. Vulpes is the red fox. And then you've got other genera over here, like Lycaon pictus, the African wild dog over there. Is this making sense? And your pug is Canis lupus? I mean, Z Black Rider, yeah. Yeah. Your pug, like all dogs, is descended from a wolf. If you go back far enough. Dogs are kind of a human invention by specially breeding wolves. It's pretty wild when you really think about it, you know? Yeah. And Ruby Red, so fennec fox would be, it's right on here. Vulpes zerda is the fennec fox. Yeah. And you know, we can look these up. I can look that up on the Tree of Life real quick if you'd like me to. We're over here in reptiles right now, but let's zoom over to fennec fox. Or let's go to,
completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
That's a pterosaur bone right there. And Doodler Stargazer, thank you so much for the 10 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Brilliant. Yeah, there is dog-like carnivorans, which is a whole order of mammals, I think. Caeniformia. That includes dogs, foxes, otters, seals, raccoons, bears, martens, and weasels, and stoats, oh my. And then we've got dogs, wolves, foxes, and more. That's Canidae right there. And we can jump from this to the fennec fox. There we go. Vulpes Zerda right there. Yeah, does that make sense? So this is like a consistent method that we have, a consistent schema for naming all animals, you know? And there's a set of rules that governs all of this, the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature. Basically the global rule book for naming aminals, you know? So yeah, and you're good, Ruby Red, you're good. Yeah, otters as well, yes indeed. All those critters are canids. Well, dogs, wolves, foxes, and more are canids. Right there. But then if we go out even further, we got the dog-like carnivorans. So if you follow this side of the branch up, let's follow that up. We get to all these critters here. There's bears. Pandas are very early diverging bears. There's all the bears up here. Yeah, like Claire Burr's new emote there, which is a bear, I believe. And then here we've got this group. Seals, sea lions, and walruses are up here. Red pandas are all by their lonesome over there. They're kind of weird. They diverged early on. They've got no living relatives. Super close relatives, anyway. And then down here we get to... yeah, badgers and arters and martens and minks, and skunks and stoats, and I think probably ermines and weasels. Where did our, hang on. Ringtails. Where are our mongoose, though? Or, yeah, where's our mongoose? Herpestids, where did they go? Mongoose. Yeah. Are they closer to dogs? Wait, what? I thought they were close to weasels. I guess they're not. That's nuts. I just learned something new. Mongooses are not closely related to weasels? They're closer to cats? You're kidding me. Wow, I just learned something. Wow. I kind of assumed that mongoose were really close to weasels, but they're not. They're really, really not. They're closer to cats and civets. And meerkats. Huh. Yeah. And are cats also human creations? You mean domestic cats, Gargoware? Yeah, they kind of are. Is it Felis catus? Yeah, there you go. The domestic cat. Yeah. Similar to wild cat. Yeah. And then sand cat, jungle cat. No common name cat. Catalog error, Andy. There you go. Palace's cat, small cats. You know. Lots of different cats. Yeah. Fat cats, skinny cats, cats that climb on rocks. Tough cats, skinny cats, even cats with chickenpox. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Jelly cow cats. I don't know what those are, original Hojo cat. Even Hojo cats, you know? Yeah. I'm probably dating myself here, but did anybody... Nope. Nobody said anything about... the Armor Hot Dogs jingle? Nobody. Nobody. Smelly cats? Yeah, there you go, Mayor Space. Made famous on Seinfeld. Yeah. I'm kidding. I know that's Friends. Anyway. But yeah. We've even got, yeah. Well, no, actually, that's okay. Well, I might get DMCA'd for that. We got Bobcats, too. I'm not going to play the Bobcat song. And, Jellicle Cats is from Cats the Musical. Okay, Ruby Red, interesting. Never seen that. Yeah. People have got lots to say about cats. You know who's got a really good cat emote? Ios does. And you know who else does? Lordy. I actually made that emote for Lordy right there. That's Mini Pie. Lordy and Ios's cat. Licking her chops, saying yum. Oh, yeah. Yeah, anyway, go follow them if you've not yet done so. Claire Burr's got him there. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, we got to get through this video. Shoot, we're not even done yet.
Meaning man, which also includes Neanderthals
Yeah.
and other hominids. But specifically, we are sapiens, meaning wise.
Yeah, genus and species.
We are wise men, and women, of course. An advantage of using a dead language is that it doesn't favor any particular group. It's decidedly neutral, which is great for things like law and medicine. If we call a disease grossitosis, while another culture calls it osamitis, you're going to end up with different reactions by doctors and the public for the same disease. Calling it simply pneumonia removes any confusion or bias. Dead languages might be dead, but just because something is dead doesn't mean it isn't amazing, influential, and widely respected. Like Harambe, whose Latin name is gorilla, gorilla, gorilla. Rest in peace. If you want to know a little bit more about how and why Latin turned into a bunch of other languages and what killed it in the first place, you can keep watching me talk about Latin in this video on Secret Daily. It was only around the...
Yeah, that's okay. But good stuff. Good stuff. Here, there's that link right there. So, Diplodocus, this dinosaur, its name means double beam. And some of you are probably more familiar with this animal than you realize. If you've ever been to the Natural History Museum in London, you've probably seen Dippy the Diplodocus. Or if you've ever been to the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, you've probably seen the original Dippy there. Her real bones are there. The other ones are replicas around the world. But anyway, this dinosaur Diplodocus is one of the better-known dinosaurs in the world. There's actually a really cool story behind why. We won't get into that right now, but, yeah. Anyway, Diplodocus, Diplodocus, you can say it either way, as long as people know what you're talking about, you know? I've heard that a lot of people in the UK say Diplodocus, and a lot of people in the US say Diplodocus. I've always said Diplodocus, though. You know, I think that's probably the more common way of saying it, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter that much, you know? You would be surprised. I recognize, for anybody watching this VOD later on YouTube, if you're like, you know, a young person who's very much into dinosaurs, I see this a lot on Twitter. A lot of younger people who are like, oh, I'm a big fan of Paleomedia and stuff like that. Wow, this is all inaccurate. You know, kind of a penchant for, a penchant, however you want to say it, for pedantry, being pedantic about stuff, you know? Like, well, it's not actually pronounced that way. It's like, you start hanging out with scientists, and usually don't really care that much about this sort of thing. It's fairly rare that, you know, unless it's something that's like, you know, if it's some bit of trivia or something like that, it's pretty rare that scientists will go, well, actually, it's this way. You know, no paleontologist is gonna, like, chew you out for saying Diplodocus, or Diplodocus, for that matter, you know? Doesn't really matter. We all know what you made. A lot of scientists are more chill than you'd expect, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. Tomato potato, exactly. Claire Burr. Yeah, pomato totato, yes. Then there is 65. Well, that, I think, is just funny. You know, I'm not genuinely upset about that. But I would like to call attention to the fact that, like, holy cow, it's so cool that we now have more precise dates about this. Man, and I probably have to look that up now, too, don't I? Wasn't there a new 65 trailer that just dropped over the weekend? 1 month ago, 2 weeks ago. Oh boy. Let's take a look at this. Yeah. So here's a new big Hollywood film that's been announced for next month, month after that. I don't even know. But it's going to be coming out. This is not an advertisement for it. We're just going to be talking about this because it's going to kind of lead us into an interesting point about how science progresses, about how we're always learning new things and collecting new data that changes the way we think about certain stuff. You know, we're adding brick by brick to the sum total of human knowledge. Yeah, let's watch this. Yeah.
My name is Mills. I was the pilot of the ship. We've crash landed on an uncharted planet. We are the only survivors. I don't know where we are, but there's something out there. Something alien.
Hmm. 65 million years ago. We'll be talking about why that is important. Because unless I'm very much wrong about this, which I could be, there could be a plot twist or something in here. Maybe he knocked the asteroid out of the way accidentally or something, but I'm pretty sure this is supposed to take place during the age of dinosaurs, in which case they got the date wrong. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, and what is wrong with this animal's backbone? Shoot. That is really, really not great. Oh, boy. It's not a mammal. Its spine can't undulate like this in a vertical plane. That's not... Oh, boy. Anyway. And it's a quadruped? Wait, I'm sorry. What? What makes you say it's a quadruped? I only see 2 legs there. No, I don't think that's a quadruped.
Escape vessel.
Escape pods. Location unknown.
We need to be quiet.
And that's probably supposed to be a dromaeosaur or something. I see a raised digit 2 claw there. This is maybe supposed to be like a relative of Deinonychus or Velociraptor, a dromaeosaurid. Or it could be a troodontid. Does have a very narrow skull like that. Could be a troodontid.
Quiet.
And move.
And pterosaurs.
I need to get home.
Oh, family.
Ready? Run!
And yeah, if somebody meant that these were supposed to be tyrannosaurs, that's not supposed to be a tyrannosaur, whatever that is. At least it looks nothing like a tyrannosaur. They're probably just going for a generic lizard-like animal. Because they just made this thing up, you know? Yeah. Monitor, it's not a monitor lizard, though. Monitor lizards look a lot different from this. I think they just made up some sort of fictional monster, you know? Yeah. Yeah. So that's supposed to be our Tyrannosaur there again, I think. Forelimbs are looking awful big. And are those 3? No, I can't tell. Are those 2 fingers or 3? Probably 2. They wouldn't have gotten something that badly wrong, right? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. No, R.I.P. that girl. Shoot. Anyway. Yeah. The thing that I think is so funny about this is that all of the marketing, the trailer, even the very title of the film itself are all centered around this number 65. And unless I'm wrong about the plot, which I could be, I don't know, I could be, I haven't seen the film. Yeah. Here we go. We used to think that the end of the age of the dinosaurs, the end of the Mesozoic era, when the asteroid struck the Earth, was 65 million years ago. And you see that in, like, the original poster for the film Jurassic Park. An adventure 65 million years in the making. But the thing is, here's the thing about science. The science is always progressing. We're always learning new things all the time. We're always uncovering new data, testing old ideas, getting ever closer to the truth through hard scientific work. And there was a paper that came out in, I think, 2013 or 2014, actually dating the asteroid impact layer, what we call the KPG boundary. And, we now realize that it wasn't 65 million years ago. It was 66 million years ago. Give or take, like, a few tens of thousands of years. So yeah. Yeah. KPG boundary. And there is that paper in the journal Science. Good for them. It's a high-profile journal. Timescales of critical events around the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary. Yeah, it occurred 66 million years ago. Yep. Yeah. High-precision radiometric dates of stratigraphic layers surrounding the boundary, demonstrating the impact occurred within 33,000 years of the mass extinction. Yeah, 66 million years ago. So anyway, the funny thing about this is that when we look at our geologic timescale now, and I think you can type in, what's the command for this, moderators? You know what it is. I'm not sure. But, it should be like ! strat or something. Even if it's not. It probably isn't. But anyway, 66 right here. 66 is the end of the age of dinosaurs, the end of the Cretaceous period. So if you were to jump in a time machine right now, members of chat, and you were to try and blast yourself back to 65 million years ago, you'd end up at the beginning of the Paleocene, the beginning of the age of mammals. You wouldn't see any dinosaurs except for maybe a handful of birds. All the dinosaurs except for birds had gone extinct with the asteroid strike 66 million years ago. You'd be a million years too late. And that is why I decided to recut the trailer for 65. And if you haven't seen it yet, I hope you enjoy this. If you have seen it yet, you know what to expect. I hope you enjoy seeing it again. Here's my recut of the 65 trailer. You know, now paleontologist approved.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
The atmosphere is breathable.
There's something alien out there.
You need to be quiet
Quiet.
and move.
So there you go, yeah. If Captain Adam Driver actually did land on Earth 65 million years ago, those would be the kind of critters he'd be encountering. Because the dinosaurs, except for birds, already died out 1 million years before. So yeah. Anyway, the meek shall inherit the earth. Indeed, ex-mariner, we did, you know? Anywho, yeah. Orchestrant says, why do Hollywood get stuff so wrong? That's a great question, Orchestrant. They don't always get things wrong. You know, back when the original Jurassic Park film came out in 1993, you know, my old boss, Jack Horner, was hired on as a paleontological consultant to try and make sure that the dinosaurs were, you know, largely correct. And he did a pretty good job. I mean, there were some things that they definitely overruled him on, like he wanted to put feathers on the velociraptors way back in 1993. Spielberg didn't let him do that. But to be fair, back then, if you'd talk to the majority of dinosaur paleontologists, they'd be like, what? Velociraptor with feathers? What are you talking about? Now, of course, everybody recognizes that an animal had feathers. We know this, like, as a, you know, we know this with certitude. It's a fact. We have direct evidence of feathers on these animals. But yeah. Anyway, I suspect that they didn't really have a, you know, a science consultant on staff for the 65 movie. That's what I'm guessing here, you know? Yeah. And let's see. Was it the Science and Entertainment Exchange? I think it was. But yeah. And Dinosaur Dave, watch this in the cinema day one so we can have a full review. Oh, I don't know, Dinosaur Dave. We'll see about that. I gotta figure out when it comes out. I probably will have to see that, huh? But yeah. Anyway, some movies actually do. Like, some production studios, some directors, some producers actually really do value the input of, you know, scientists and their work. And, yeah. It comes out March 10th. Okay, Lenina. Maybe I'll see it. We'll see. But anyway. Yeah. There is a thing called the Science and Entertainment Exchange. And let me show you a quick video about it. Here we go.
There's a scene in the movie Arrival where Jeremy Renner's character, who's a scientist...
And yeah, so this was in the original script. This is Fourier. But any mathematicians or anybody else who knows a lot about mathematics would be like, what? Huh? And that's the thing, is that oftentimes the more you know about a particular subject, watching something like that, seeing that on the screen just takes you out of the movie. You know, movies, a big part of the appeal of motion pictures is escapism. Of being able to sit down and watch something like this and just kind of immerse yourself in another world for an hour or two or three. Just become invested in the story and the characters. What's going on there in the film. And if you know a lot about a particular subject, like mathematics, or dinosaurs, or, I don't know, cars, maybe. Weren't we talking about My Cousin Vinny the other day? Imagine if Marissa Tomei's character, you know, she's spouting off all these, you know, different stats about different vehicles, and imagine if she got it completely wrong. And she's like, oh, well, you know, the 1968 Volkswagen Bug, its radiator cap is, you know, much larger than that, and blah, blah, blah. Anybody watching who knows a thing or two about cars would go, wait, a 1968 Volkswagen Bug doesn't have a radiator, so it can't have a radiator cap. It's air-cooled, you know? If they make a major goof like that in a movie, it's gonna instantly take you out of it. And, so yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's important to get stuff right. For historical films, oftentimes they'll hire consultants for getting the clothing right, or the, I don't know, action movies will hire consultants so the firearms all look realistic and seem real and that kind of thing. But a lot of movies don't necessarily spring for that when it comes to, you know, topics that are science related. 65, I haven't seen it yet, so I can't say what it's going to be like, but really looks like maybe they didn't do this for, you know, fossil science. So yeah. And you're a mathematician there, Matt Pie? Yes, well, you're really gonna like this then. Yeah. Probably meant Fibonacci, says Jody Fish. Hang on a minute, because we're gonna get to that. Yeah. And the problem is that 66 has already been used as a movie title, so the producers probably couldn't get the rights to it. They could have done something else, Bambi asked. They could have done 66 million. It could have been, I don't know, 66 million BC. There's a lot of different ways that they could have gotten around that. And, Nikolai Cadron, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. But yeah. Maybe they should have done 69. They could have done 67 also. That would also be during the age of dinosaurs. They could have done literally any number between 65 and 240 million. And they could have, between 65 and 240, and they could have had, you know, within the age of dinosaurs. But they went just over it, 65. That's after the age of dinosaurs. It's a million years after, you know? So yeah, so 67, that could have worked. 68, 69, 70, whatever, you know? Oh yeah. I get like that about films, about music and bands when they get stuff blatantly wrong. Yeah, Orchestran. I mean, that's the thing, is if you know a lot about a particular subject, and they get that subject wrong in a film, instantly your immersion is destroyed. And so I really like that, you know, these folks here at the Science and Entertainment Exchange tried to get this right. So let's watch.
There's this scene in the movie.
Not balloons. Yeah. As several members of chat have pointed out already, I'll see if Matt Pie and Jody Fish, I'll see if you like the fix that they came up with for this. Mm. There we go. Yeah. So, I think Jody Fish said Fibonacci earlier. There you go. Very nice. Yeah. And JMM. Yeah, it was 66 million years ago that the dinosaurs died, except for birds, JMM. What are you confused about? Yeah. Here. Continue. That's Italian.
And a science blogger.
Fibonacci is Italian. It's named after a mathematician, I think. Yeah.
And he's also part of the Science and Entertainment Exchange, an organization that connects creators in Hollywood with scientists' script advisors. They set up a phone number for screenwriters like our rivals Eric Heiserer, who want their scientific references to sound right.
Here's one of the things that I wanted to make sure to do with this movie, and that's not to be embarrassed about complicated ideas, not to be embarrassed or ashamed of hard science.
Why would you be embarrassed or ashamed? It's like, oh yeah, we're really embarrassed about doing a good job. You know, oh, we're deeply embarrassed about not getting easy stuff, you know, wrong. It's like, oh, a truly good film should get all kinds of stuff wrong. It should have continuity errors. It should have, like, you should be able to see the boom mic drifting into frame at multiple points. It's like, I think scientific errors like this should be seen like errors like that, where it's like just people not doing their jobs properly, It should be like spelling mistakes. Or it should be like, if a film is set in, I don't know, in 4th century Japan and somebody's driving around in a Chevy Bonneville, great films, they have to have mistakes like that, of course. Yeah. We should be embarrassed if we actually get things correct. It's like, no, people don't have this idea about other areas of expertise or quality filmmaking. Why should they have it about science? Why should you be embarrassed about getting things correct science-wise in your film? And I totally agree with this guy about this. We're on the same page here.
With scientists' script advisors.
Yeah.
They set up a phone number for screenwriters like our rivals Eric Heiserer, who want their scientific references to sound right.
Here's one of the things that I wanted to make sure to do with this movie, and that's not to be embarrassed about complicated ideas.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. That's pretty neat. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy, by the way, hang on, did you see that? Well. Yeah. Paleontologist, first on the list there. Yeah. I've never been contacted by this organization, but I would be delighted to help, make films more authentic, more engaging, more immersive by getting the science right. I'd be all about that, Yeah. Yeah. And there go Gargoware, yeah. Yeah. Hmm. This is not Sean Carroll, the biologist that we've seen in videos before. This is a different Sean Carroll, who is a physicist, astrophysicist, astronomer, I think. Yeah. Yeah. It is like a little bit frustrating to me that like part of this is, I don't know, that there's like oh, you know, there's just aesthetically, you know, it sounds too 90s. It's like, well, if it's the proper term, it's the proper term, you know. I'm glad in this case it worked out, but oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Cool. Yeah, I like that. So that is actually like a concrete change to the story that I think is really cool and actually makes a lot of sense. That's much more substantive. I like that a lot. More than just like a little bit of dialogue. It's like, you know, here you've got another scientist being portrayed in film in a positive light. Hollywood has a real problem with like portraying scientists as the bad guys, I think. And I don't know, I've been in science for a good while now, and some scientists are bad guys or gals. It's more rare. It's much more rare than you see in Hollywood films. Holy cow. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Man, if it were like what it is in the movies, we'd all be villains, you know? Anyway, that list of paleontologist movies, I'm still working on that, Claire Burr. Well, it's on the back burner, but yeah. 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 Hang on, was that what's his name from Andor? What's it? Somebody Skarsgård? Is that the same guy? Cool. I don't think I've ever actually seen him in a movie. I haven't seen this movie. I'm not into superhero movies. But yep, says Dinosaur Dave. Very nice. Yeah, man, he was great in that. Yeah, Swedish actor. Yeah, he's like one of the best parts of Andor. Alexander Skarsgård. Thank you, Jody Fish. Yeah. Yeah. Or Stellan Skarsgård? I don't know. Whatever his name is. He was great. Respect. Yeah. Hmm. It'd be nice. And I really like that because, you know, the thing is, a lot of portrayals of scientists in popular media don't really accord with what scientists are really like in real life. You know? Like, if you're in the sciences and, like, you see a laboratory scene in a movie or something like that, and everybody in there is, like, you know, a middle-aged white guy in a laboratory. It's like, well, yeah, that's how a lot of laboratories used to be. A few are still like that, but most laboratories now have all different kinds of people working in them. You know? It just makes it a bit more true to life, you know, to have that different kind of representation in there. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Triceratops. Andor's, it's one of my favorite Star Wars things ever. You know, I grew up with Star Wars. Endor's maybe like the best Star Wars thing I've ever seen, and that's pretty cool. It's right up there with Empire Strikes Back, I would say. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Holy cow. That's nuts. See what I was saying earlier? Yeah. And these are films distributed in Britain, so I'm sure a lot of these come from Hollywood. But anyway, I guess when I was using Hollywood as kind of a shorthand for, like, you know, professionally produced films. But yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Triceratops. Oh no. Show the same for hedge fund managers. Oh no, necromancy. They're the actual, like, you know, villains in films compared to villains in real life. Yeah, you got the opposite problem. uh... Hmm. Huh. Yeah. And Britt, welcome, Creatrix Britt. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. This is, I would call this green. Let's see what it looks like on the other camera. Yeah, I'd say that's green. It's like Danny in dark mode. There you go, Creatrix Britt. How you doing, Britt? It's great to have you here. Welcome. Can we get a shout out for Britt real quick? Yeah. It is green with the overhead light on. Well, no, the lights stay the same. I just have different cameras, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Exhibiting signs of structural color. There you go, Claire Brewer. Yeah. Anyway. Back to this. Talking about the depiction of science in films. Films. Flim, Springfield. Wow, they don't need a bagad or even correct spelling. Let's film there. Yeah. Yep. And Triceratops says it's true. People get a lot of their knowledge from shows/movies. It's very, very true. Holy cow. The majority of what Americans know or think they know about dinosaurs comes directly from movies and increasingly video games too. So it's important that we as scientists, you know, continue to do outreach and talk to people so we can, like, I can directly say, yes, the velociraptors from Jurassic World, real velociraptor didn't look anything like that, you know? It's important to do that kind of outreach. But also, it's important to, like, get things right at the source, too. You know, make sure that these different media actually have decent depictions of dinosaurs and of fossil science. So, yeah. Triceratops says, I learned about Velociraptor for the first from Jurassic Park. Later to find out it was Deinonychus. It's like 99.9% of people around the world first learned of Velociraptor from Jurassic Park because it was not a popular dinosaur before that. Jurassic Park is what made Velociraptor a star. Before before Jurassic Park, Velociraptor was an obscure genus of dinosaur. Like, I'll show you an example, maybe. Yeah, let's see here. Let's get out our old standby. David Norman's Illustrated Encyclopedia of Dinosaurs. There we go. And, let's see. Here we are. Let's go back to our theropods. Miscellaneous theropod. No, should be after troodontids, huh? Yeah, here we go. So here, let's take a look at this spread right here. And here's another one. Dromaeosaurids. We've got Deinonychus right here. We've got Dromaeosaurus right here. And then way in the background, we've got Velociraptor too. Look at this page. Full skeletal reconstruction. Full diagram of Deinonychus. Head to tail, there's a Deinonychus foot, the arc of the claw, the leg with muscles, jaw musculature, the hand, and then one little illustration of the skull of Velociraptor. Velociraptor was not a well-known dinosaur before Jurassic Park. It really wasn't. And it's kind of funny because the Jurassic Park Velociraptor is actually Deinonychus, by the way. But that name Velociraptor was not well known until Jurassic Park came out. Nobody in the general public had heard about this animal, Velociraptor, until then. You look at dinosaur books prior to, 1989, or 1988, whenever the Jurassic Park novel came out, Michael Crichton's novel, which featured the name Velociraptor. Nobody had ever heard of Velociraptor in the general public. If even kids who knew a lot about dinosaurs, they wouldn't have heard of Velociraptor. The one that they knew about from this family is Deinonychus, the terrible claw, There are even, songs about Deinonychus that kids knew and would sing. Yeah. Here, let me find you. We Sing Dinosaurs. Deinonychus, here we go.
Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus,
There we go.
before Tyrannosaurus rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claw.
There we go. Deinonychus. This is now what we know this animal looked like. More or less like this.
The woods he hunted with a pack. When they spied a likely foe, they'd race to the attack.
So yeah. Yeah.
With his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claw.
And when is this from?
His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. When the
Yeah.
deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus,
Let's see. When is this from? I want to say it's from the late 1980s or the earliest 90s.
his terrible claw.
Give me a second here. Let me find it.
Wasn't a big dinosaur, but still the scientists say he must have been the
Publication
very
date.
fiercest hunter of his day.
Oh, Amazon Music. I don't want that.
With his powerful jaw, Deinonychus,
1989. There you go. 1989 for We Sing Dinosaurs. So yeah. It is a fun song, Bette Midler. It's as an adult, I find that to be maybe the only listenable song on that album nowadays. I used to listen to the whole thing, start to finish when I was a kid. But now the Deinonychus one is, that's where it's at. And Mikey Like says, I took an intro to paleontology class in college, early aughts, and everybody was asking about Velociraptor, and the professor was like, oh, well, a lot of you are about to be really disappointed. Well, because that's the thing, is that Velociraptor is actually a lot smaller than the Velociraptor that you see in Jurassic Park or Jurassic World. They seem to get bigger over time throughout those movies. But yeah, here, Dromaeosauridae. Here's a bunch of Dromaeosaurids, members of this family. There's a human person for scale. There's Microraptor, Ostroraptor, Utahraptor. We've got Deinonychus over here. And then we've got Velociraptor right here. It's not a particularly huge animal. Especially for a dromaeosaurid even. It's not very large. But yeah. Anyway, this all goes to show that, you know, Hollywood films can be incredibly...
Did you ever, though, have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking on destroying? Never.
No, glue is cheap.
Thank you, Ash Girl, for the 3 months of support. And thank you for helping me afford things such as glue through your Prime sub right there. Really appreciate that, Ash Girl. Thank you, thank you. By the way, if any of you are watching right now, and you would like to support this broadcast, but you can't spare $5 a month, if you happen to have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free. We have right here. Yeah. You just click that. You can link your Amazon and Twitch accounts. You're probably aware already, but Amazon, this behemoth of a company, purchased Twitch a number of years ago. And, anyway, yeah. I tried to provide this handy little banner there. You just click that, and it'll take you right to it on my page. So, yeah. Well, look at that. Wow. Dannyception. Very cool. Use that Prime sub for science. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Ash Girl. I really appreciate you. Yeah. So yeah, good stuff. And November 20th, 1990, Jurassic Park novel came out. Thank you, JMM. Thanks for looking that up. Appreciate that. Yeah. Good stuff. Now, let's finish our video here, shall we? Oh boy. It turns out that for your average everyday person, at least here in the United States, probably for a lot of other places around the world too, your average person's perception of science, their perception of different scientific concepts, it comes pretty much directly from movies and TV. That's where they're getting ideas about science, you know? Partly because science education here in the U.S. is so dog water. Especially for biology and evolution in particular. But yeah. Anyway. And Necromancy says, love all the single viewers from a bunch of countries where it's totally past midnight. Yes, indeed. Let me take a look right there. And, yeah. Germany, Spain, Netherlands, Latvia, and Ireland. 2 from New Zealand. Holy cow. Oh, no, Australia. Sorry. There's New Zealand. Yeah. Anyway, this actually doesn't seem to... That would be 54, 16... That doesn't add up. We've got more viewers than that. Don't we? It's 154. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, it's really important for us to be able to get things right in film so that people are getting good science information, you know? Yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yep. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. So yeah. It's important to get these things right. And, I salute anybody who's working on doing that in films. I really hope that 65 film is halfway decent. You know, here's a way they could actually solve the issue. You know, he crash lands on Earth 65 million years ago, but there's still dinosaurs walking around. What? Could be that maybe on the way down, he crashes into the asteroid and knocks it off course. So the extinction event doesn't happen. And then he wakes up a million years later or something. I don't know. It's honestly hard to get around that, 65. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. But yeah. What if he was the extinction event? A million years later, Necromancy? Does Adam Driver explode at the end of the movie and send up a cloud of iridium that is deposited all around the Earth? That would honestly be kind of hilarious. Do I think Law and Order had a similar effect on the... Oh, I'm sure it did, Claire Bear. I've never once seen a single episode of Law and Order, but apparently it's like the most watched television show on the planet? I barely know it exists, but apparently it's like there are millions upon millions of people who watch that. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, all these other people talking about some kind of a big Super Bowl, big football game or something happened yesterday too. I think Brazil won. I'm not sure. I don't pay attention to these things, you know. Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah. But you know, we've still got. Give them Nell. Are you still here right now? We still got to do your deep dive on the Bone Wars. Let's talk about that. Yeah. Brazil watched it too, says Travel the World. I'm sure they did. They won, right? Yeah. Let's get into that, shall we? Get rid of some of these tabs. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. And... Let's see... Oh, this might work. From the History Guy on the old YouTube. He's done some pretty good stuff, I think. We'll take a look at that. But first, just a tiny bit of background. The Bone Wars, or the Great Fossil Rush, the Great Dinosaur Rush, the Marsh-Cope Feud. This is a really interesting time in the history of North American paleontology. Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope. Oh, hang on. Thank you, Kalak. Yeah. Or 17 months ago. You're not gruesome, Kalak. Thank you so much for the 17 months of support here on Paleontologizing. I appreciate that more than you know, Kalak. Thank you, thank you. That is almost a whole year, Claireburr. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Very, very nice. Yeah. Othniel Charles Marsh, the guy on the left with the bald head and the beard. Edward Drinker Cope, with the fashionable mustache, were two kind of Gilded Age, post-Civil War American paleontologists who ran all over the American West, each trying to discover more new fossil critters than the other. This was actually like a really, really interesting time in the history of of science, of paleontology, of biology. Because the theory of evolution by natural selection, from old Chucky D, we were talking about Darwin all over, like, for much of Friday's stream. This idea is being debated, and scientists are slowly starting to accept it as they see that, shoot, this thing, it withstands, you know, testing through experiment. Holy cow, we should pay attention to this. This evolution thing. It works, you know? Marsh and Cope were kind of there on the forefront of this in North America. Oh, yeah. But let's get to what Nell was saying about this. Nell had a funny message for the Redeem. He said, they said, 2 men, 1 shared dream. 1 really wild fight to be the one to name the most dinosaurs. Coming soon to a cinema near you. The Bone Wars. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And you've never heard of the People JMM? Well, you're going to now. These were, at the time, possibly the 2 most famous scientists in North America, if not the world. But, yeah. Actually, let's see if the petty feud that almost destroyed paleontology? What's this about? 10 minutes. Weird history? Let's take a look at this, I suppose.
Arguably, no 2 people did more to advance the early field of paleontology than Edwin Drinker Cope and...
It's Edward Drinker Cope, not Edwin. Oh, boy. We're not off to a good start here. Edward Drinker Cope, not Edwin Drinker... Oh, boy.
People did more to advance the early field of paleontology than Edwin Drinker Cope and Othniel Charles Marsh. Between 1864 and Cope's death in 1897, the 2 men were locked in a race to discover and catalog as many new species of dinosaur as they possibly could.
Some clip art here. This is not a dinosaur. That's a pterosaur right there. These are all critters from the Hell Creek Formation. Yeah.
Unfortunately, their bitter rivalry resulted in so many underhanded dealings and straight-up felonies that their reputations were forever destroyed, and fossil hunting carried a dark stain for decades afterward. Today, we're talking about the strange feud that created and almost destroyed paleontology.
Oh, this is too sensationalistic. I'm not into this. We're going to watch this. This video is going to be better from the history guy. Let's see what he has to say about it. Yeah.
In 1858, a lawyer and amateur natural scientist named William Parker Folk discovered a nearly complete dinosaur fossil in New Jersey.
Yeah. This would be Hadrosaurus falkii, who is later named after him. Yeah.
It was an extraordinary find. It was the first dinosaur species known from the United States from more than just teeth. It was...
Yep. Oh, who knows of a dinosaur that might have a sound alert associated with it? A dinosaur known only from teeth at the time, who was described way back in 1856, I believe. Oh, come on, chat. You know this. Troodon. There you go, Jody Fish. Jody Fish saying it correctly, rather than rather than triggering the sound alert. There you go, Jody Fish. Yes, indeed. Troodon, the actual name. Troodon was named way back in, is it 1856 or 1858? Troodon formosus. There you go. A little Troodon. That's a beautiful Troodon there. I love that. 1856, described by Joseph Leidy. 1856. Based on a single tooth. Yeah, there's the original tooth right there. Not even a complete tooth. It is broken. Anyway. Yeah. Troodon, the wounding tooth. There you go. It's not a Troodon model there. Oh boy, that's bad. That's bad. Anyway, Troodon.
With sincere appreciation and gratitude, thank you very much for the 100 bits.
And thank you, Nader Fiend.
Male mockingbird's repertoire of songs
Yeah.
correlates directly with its reproductive success.
Ah.
What message does repertoire size send to potential mates?
I think it correlates positively, Nader Fiend. We'll be talking all about this tomorrow, Nader Fiend, when we have our Valendinos stream for Valentine's Day. Talking all about dinosaur courtship rituals that we can infer from the fossil record. Sometimes from footprint evidence. We'll be talking about dinosaur hearts, dinosaur reproduction, dinosaur sexual dimorphism, like how males are different from females, or more likely how they're actually kind of indistinguishable just from their skeletons. We'll be talking all about that tomorrow. So there you go, Nader Fiend. Make sure you're there tomorrow, and we'll talk all about this. Yeah. But anyway, for mockingbirds, though, I betcha with a male mockingbird, if he's got a bigger song repertoire, that probably signals he's kind of more fit in the sense that he can spend more of his time just kind of listening to different songs and learning them. He's not struggling to feed himself, you know. It probably also means that he's a little bit more mature, which also is a signal sometimes of fitness. Good genes. Yeah. Anyway, and your Chloe question. Exactly, Nader Fiend. We'll be talking about both tomorrow. Anyway, we got to talk about the Bone Wars right now. Let's get back to the history guy.
Named by a famous paleontologist, Joseph Leidy, who dubbed it Aetosaurus folki. It was one of the most complete dinosaur fossils in the world at the time. The first dinosaur fossil to be mounted. It is now the state dinosaur of New Jersey.
Yeah.
An era of intense scientific and public interest that became known as dinosaur mania.
Yep.
Competition between museums over fossils was fierce, and a personal rivalry between two famous scientists would change the face of paleontology, even as they nearly destroyed each other in the process.
Yep, absolutely.
Bone wars are history that deserve to be remembered. The story of the Bone Wars begins with the story of two paleontologists. In one corner was Othniel Charles Marsh, born in 1881 to a family of modest means. His father was a farmer, and his mother died when he was only 3 years old.
But his uncle, the uncle of Othniel Charles Marsh, was the famous George Peabody of the Peabody Museum at Yale and various other things, like a, kind of a robber baron, really, really wealthy guy. That was his uncle, and he set his nephew up with a museum and all kinds of other stuff.
Higher education thanks to his uncle and mother's brother, philanthropist George Peabody. He went by O.C. as he disliked the name Othniel. He was something of a rarity of the Golden Age, a truly university-educated and learned scientist. He graduated from Yale's Sheffield Scientific School in an era where scientist wasn't a well-defined term, and many men without diplomas or schooling at all made careers in science. He had gone to
interesting, Claire. Cool.
Several great German universities, returned to America to become the country's first professor of paleontology.
Yep.
On the other side was Edward Drinker Cope.
Yeah, Cope.
Born in 1840 into a wealthy Quaker family, he proved to be a prodigy at a young age and published his first scientific paper at 19, although he only attended school until he was age 16. Unlike Marsh, he had little scientific training, only briefly attended university under a prestigious paleontologist, Joseph Leidy. He read and worked in museums on his own time, but was always known for behavior that earned him poor marks, and continued to be irascible as an adult, even getting in a fist fight with another scientist. His father pushed him continually to become a farmer. However, Cope was only interested in science. Ironically, while it was Cope who was born into a wealthy family, it was Marsh who always made use of money. He convinced his uncle, who donated extravagantly to Harvard, to do the same to his alma mater, Yale, and established the Peabody Museum of Natural History, with Marsh as a trustee.
Which is still around today. You can still visit the Yale Peabody Museum. They might not have as many... they don't really do much field work anymore, and they're not... I'd be lying to you if I said that Yale's Peabody Museum was at the forefront of dinosaur paleontology. They're a backwater nowadays. They don't do any... To my knowledge, they don't really do any paleo field work. Their heyday was during the time of Othniel Charles Marsh. Yeah. Anyway, the locus of dinosaur paleontology has since moved west into places like Montana, Utah. Yeah, that's where a lot of the coolest dinosaur work is going on today. Also up in Canada too, Western Canada.
This donation likely helped him obtain the professorship of paleontology there, and he was never expected to teach. Cope and Marsh first met in Europe in the winter of 1863. Marsh was attending school in Berlin, while Cope, 9 years younger, was touring the continent, visiting museums and meeting men of science.
And the reason that they were both in Europe during that year... Hang on. Let me ask chat. Chat, what was going on in the year 1863 in the U.S.? What do you think, chat? Why would these two, they were younger at the time, well-to-do academics, what would they be doing in Europe at the time, despite being Americans? What might they be trying to escape from? Yeah. Jody Fish, yes, indeed. If you answered the U.S. Civil War, they're trying to escape the draft, you are absolutely correct. Yeah. A lot of wealthy Americans were able to just avoid the slaughter. A lot of young men of means at the time, rather than, fighting for whichever side they were on, they fled to Europe, mostly. And that's what they were doing for the duration of the war.
9 years younger, was touring the continent, visiting museums and meeting men of science. When they met, Marsh had 2 degrees, but only 2 published papers, while Cope had no degrees, but 37 publications.
Wow.
Initially, the two were fast friends, interested in the same things, and both brilliant.
Yeah.
In 1867, Cope
I agree, J-Man.
after Marsh. Tonius Marshy. In the following year, Marsh returned the favor, naming a new and gigantic serpent, Mosasaurus copianus. But it didn't take long for cracks to appear. Marsh had discovered the Mosasaurus in New Jersey, which Cope considered his...
This is not the right illustration for this right here. This is a painting by fossil collector Arthur Lakes. This is a watercolor that he did, probably from Como Bluff in Wyoming. Not related to Mosasaurus, but yeah.
hunting ground, and he referred to the specimen Marsh found as the one that got away. In 1869, Marsh traveled to Philadelphia, where Cope was working on an ambitious project at the Academy of Natural Sciences, putting together fossils of a kind of plesiosaur.
Plesiosaur.
Cope described it as different from Plesiosaurus in the enormous length of the tail and the relatively short neck.
Which, this is really interesting, and this is a classic moment in the science of vertebrate paleontology. Oh boy, yeah. At one point, I was going to get a tattoo of this. It was right before COVID started, and anyway, I never followed through with it. But yeah. This is an illustration of Cope's Elasmosaurus. And I wonder if... All right, second question. Chat, what's wrong with this? Elasmosaurus. You might know Elasmosaurus, many of you watching. Too long of a tail, says JMM. Ooh. Nell, I'm glad you're here. Yeah, we're doing your deep dive. I didn't see it earlier, so I'm glad you're here. Yeah. Well, a lot of you got this right.
He called it Elasmosaurus and constructed it using comparative anatomy techniques he had learned from Leidy.
I think
the specimen was so odd that Cope even gave it a new taxonomic...
You can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
And Nightshades Glow, thank you so much for the 2 months of support. Really appreciate that, Nightshades. Welcome back. It's great to see you. Hope all is well. Howdy, howdy. Yeah. Let's go back a titch.
Neck. He called it Elasmosaurus and constructed it using comparative anatomy techniques he had learned from Leidy. The specimen was so odd that Cope even gave it a new taxonomic order and prepared a paper about what was certainly his largest and most significant contribution yet. Marsh had always been happy to point others' mistakes and had contradicted a Harvard professor early in his career. It was him who first declared the Cardiff giant a hoax.
Yeah, good for Marsh, by the way.
He looked over his friend's reconstruction. He immediately noticed something off about it. I suggested to him gently that he had the whole thing wrong. Indeed, Cope had put the head on the wrong end. Where Marsh claimed he had been gentle, Cope described the criticism as caustic. Cope was horrified and quickly tried to buy up all the copies of the American Philosophical Society in which his paper had appeared. Worse, as Cope soon learned.
Anyway, yeah. So, those of you who said that it was backwards, you were correct. This is what Elasmosaurus should actually look like. It's got a super long neck, kind of a short barrel-shaped body, shortish tail. Short compared to the neck, anyway. They've got upwards of 70 vertebrae in the neck. Cope had the thing backwards. He accidentally put the head on the end of the tail, meaning that all of the vertebrae were backwards. Oh, boy. Well, sort of. Anyway, yeah. So, oops, indeed. That's, that is a real oops right there. You do not want a mistake like that. And holy cow. Marsh did not let him forget it. So, Cope had already published on it at this point. And, Marsh pointed out his mistake. Cope was extremely embarrassed about this and tried to buy back all of the copies of the manuscript that had already been distributed. Marsh held on to a bunch of them. And yeah. This is one of the seeds of their now legendary rivalry. Yeah. And Tactile, I'll take a look at your whisper later. Thank you, Tactile. Good night to you. Yeah. Cope and Seethe. There you go, Necromancy. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah. And then they had a conflict over some fossil sites in New Jersey as well, and that was really, I think, what kicked this off.
Marsh was actively digging through the beds of New Jersey, and more fossils were getting away from him. With Yale's backing and support from the military, Marsh set up his first journey west in 1870.
Yep.
The West was widely considered to be a paleontological treasure trove, and it would prove to live up to those expectations.
Today, that's nobody really digs for fossils anymore in New Jersey, partly because half the state is parking lots. But yeah. Or gardens and parking lots, but not a lot of exposed rocks. Not a lot of rock quarries, from what I understand. Nowadays, if you want to find fossils, if you want to find dinosaurs or other Mesozoic reptiles, you go west, young man or woman or whomever. You go out to Utah, Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, the Dakotas. Yeah.
The expedition was a success and discovered numerous North American horses and Titanotherium. But
yeah,
were listening in via their own agent in the area, was already sending them fossils instead of Marsh. Professor Marsh feels very badly about me having provided you with specimens, the agent wrote on November 12, 1870. If you have not published the new species circled, please do not delay. Marsh returned and soon began to turn out papers, including a report on the first pterosaur discovered in America.
Yeah, from Kansas. That's probably Pteranodon.
Was never terribly interested in Cope's choice of profession, and given Cope a farm, which he later sold to finance his work. Cope had a family, but determined to go west anyway in 1871. Marsh stopped briefly in Kansas before continuing, but Cope arrived shortly afterwards and used one of Marsh's own guides to track down Kansas specimens. Marsh was remarkably possessive over the areas he found, including the Kansas region and his finds in the Bridger Basin of Wyoming.
Yeah.
To explore either. The winter of 1871-72 saw the real difference in Marsh and Cope's approaches as an open break appeared. Cope fired off publications quickly, but was prone to mistakes, while Marsh published sparingly and only after methodical research.
Yep.
This meant that Marsh watched Cope publish papers on specimens of the same fossils Marsh had in his collections, but had not yet published.
But I don't know, Marsh made a lot of mistakes too. They both did. Holy cow. Anytime you're doing science this quickly and just like shooting from the hip, firing off publications left and right, you're gonna make mistakes. And this, oh boy, there's a number of paleontologists today who operate in this same way, where they just, they're shooting from the hip all the time, just publishing stuff all willy-nilly. And man, do they make a lot of mistakes. Some of which require retraction sometimes from different scientific journals. So yeah. And JMM says, my brother is named Dakota, so he is a dinosaur, Dakota Raptor.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Nader Fiend.
There was more interspecies or interspecies violence in extinct dinosaurs.
I've
been on a primatology binge lately and it got me thinking.
Oh, that's a good question. That's what you mean by violence, I guess, Nader Fiend. How do you define that? But I think, I don't know. If we're talking about predation, at least, I think dinosaurs eating members of other species is probably more common than them eating their own species. So probably more interspecies violence. But I don't know, Nader Fiend. That's a good question. It's tough to say. Anyway, and in Boo-hoo, joined for Dinosaur Talk, and you got Dinosaur Talk, you are in the right place. Boo-hoo, you are indeed. Welcome, welcome. Excellent. I'm happy that you're happy. Yeah. And JMM said, my brother's name is Dakota, and so he is a dinosaur, Dakota Raptor. I would posit he's maybe a better dinosaur than that, JMM. Dakota Raptor, the dinosaur, it's kind of a garbage taxon. Yeah, I know it gets a lot of attention because, like, ooh, big raptor dinosaur. But, yeah, it turns out this is not actually based on good fossil material, and the whole thing might get sunk. The dinosaur Dakota Raptor might not be considered valid before too long, because it's not known from good material, and, yeah, kind of famously, really bad science went into this. There's another dinosaur called Iguandon, which... it's an iguanodontian. Yeah, Iguandon. Yeah, let's see. Iguandon. It was originally described as Iguanodon lacotensis by Dave Weishample and Philip R. Bjork. Yeah. And Greg Paul gave it the name Dakotodon. Anyway, we'll probably have some other dinosaurs with the name Dakota in them at some point, but I would tell your brother this is probably a better Dakota dinosaur than Dakota Raptor. Oof. So yeah. You want to be a donut raptor? You'd like to be a donut thief, necromancy? That seems like a solid career choice. If you're gonna live a life of crime, you could do it stealing donuts, You could do a lot worse than that. Both morally and in terms of confectionery. But yeah. And Boo-hoo, what's the most deadly dinosaur? Today? I don't know. Maybe a harpy eagle? Yeah. And what species was Barney supposed to be? I don't know what species. I don't even know if I could nail him down to a genus. In terms of dinosaur groups, I'd say he's a theropod, Amelia Bedelia, and that's about all I can say. Yeah. Anyway, Barney's not a real dinosaur, no. Sorry, Boo-hoo. I hope you're not boo-hooing at that response. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to our video here.
They also differed in their fundamental beliefs about evolution.
Yeah.
A believer in Darwin and the origin of species, and saw his finds, especially regarding horses, as describing natural selection.
Yep.
Pope, a devout Quaker, couldn't stomach the moral, religious, and social implications and became a leader in neo-Lamarckism. In his words,
I don't know how much of that was because he was a Quaker, but I don't know. Cope over here had some interesting ideas about about evolution. Both of these paleontologists agreed that creatures evolve over time. It was the mechanism that they disagreed with. They disagreed about. So Marsh thought, yeah, natural selection. Creatures have selective pressures placed on them, and then, certain traits develop, and then those traits are selected for, and they do better. They have more offspring. Natural selection. Cope was more of the idea that, like, oh yeah, living things actually change during their lifetime a little bit. And that causes their offspring to be a little bit different when they're born. And then they change throughout their lifespans. And now we recognize this isn't true. Creatures don't change like that throughout their lifespans, nor do they really pass those traits along to their offspring. We could get into a debate about epigenetics and that kind of thing, but that's a little bit different from the kind of Lamarckianism that people like Cope espoused. So yeah.
The science of evolution was the science of creation, and he incorporated the Lamarckian idea that environmental adaptations, that is not genetic, could be passed down to offspring.
Yep.
In 1872, Cope arrived in Wyoming as chief paleontologist of the U.S. Geological and Geographical Survey of the Territories. While it offered no pay and little else, it added some prestige and authority. Still, he found on arriving at Fort Bridger that there were no suppliers waiting. Cope had to finance his own supplies and soon found the first dinosaur of the war, the partial skeleton of Agathamus sylvestris.
Yeah, Agathamus is what we call it. But, yeah.
Soon found the first dinosaur of the war, the partial skeleton of
Agathamus, which later we recognize is probably Triceratops. Although Cope had very limited material from it, Yeah. And CanadaDNA says, so do you think he would believe that if you dyed your hair while pregnant, it would pass on to your offspring or get an ear piercing? I think that's basically kind of the idea, CanadaDNA. Yeah. That heredity happens like, if your body changes, if you, the classic example is like a blacksmith, the big hammer, just, hammering things on an anvil all day long, every day. Developing, great big arm muscles. That a blacksmith, he will have children who are they also have huge muscles because of that. Because he developed huge muscles during his lifespan through his line of work. That's kind of Lamarckianism, That, that you can change your own body throughout your lifespan, and then that's passed on to your offspring. Nowadays, we know that's not true in that sense at all. It's genetic. You're either born with something or you're not. And you can change your own body throughout your lifespan, but it's not going to change your gametes. It's not going to change what your offspring are like, So yeah. Yeah. And what was that drawing? This is, I think, Cope's Agathamus illustration. Let's see if I can find an original of this. Agathamus. Here we go. Yeah. Here on Wikipedia. Cope's 1890 sketch of Agathamus, a ceratopsian based on Triceratops. There you go. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. He stole this from a kindergarten, says Necromancy. And I'm astounded at how well chat is responding to this goofy drawing here. Yeah. Chuckhorn, JMM, Necromancy, CanadaDNA. Yeah. I wouldn't get that tattooed on me either, Lenina. No, definitely not. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Let's continue.
Agathamus sylvestris. Most of the early finds for both Marsh and Cope were mammals and animals of the Eocene from about 55.8 to 34.9 million years ago. He began publishing discoveries even before he got back to the East Coast. At least once, Cope watched Marsh leave a site and then explored it himself, taking off with finds he figured Marsh had overlooked. But actually, they'd been left there for Cope. It took 20 years for Cope's mistaken species to be corrected. This began a period of unprecedented number of discoveries. Leidy, Marsh, and Cope were all making discoveries, often of the same species, and they knew it. Fighting over precedence for naming continued for months. Marsh openly attacked Cope's work. Cope and Marsh were openly fighting in several prestigious American journals and societies. The first salvo via letter, after Cope returned some of Marsh's fossils mistakenly sent to him. Marsh responded with fury over a paper postmarked January 18th, but dated January 16th. The information I received on the subject made me very angry, he wrote, and threatened to publish this with some of your other transgressions. Cope immediately fired back, claiming all the specimens you obtained during August 1872 you owe to me. Fighting in the journals, Marsh was able to argue that his names or Leidy's had precedence, and none of Cope's names were valid.
Anyway,
Marsh
they argued a lot about this kind of thing.
One of Cope's descriptions has to be impossible unless indeed this mythical animal has changed characteristics more rapidly than even Darwin himself imagined. They fought back and forth for so long that the naturalists refused to print any more responses from either of them unless they paid for it themselves.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
It wasn't until the late 1870s that the competition became focused on dinosaur bones, and Marsh would work through proxies. After 1874, he spent little time out west in person. In 1877, Arthur Lakes stumbled upon bones just west of Denver in Morrison, what he called a Herculean war club, 10 inches in diameter and 2 feet long. Lakes contacted Marsh and Cope, saying that he felt inclined to part with them to the highest bidder. Marsh's money went out with the Morrison finds, and to get the fossil.
Anyway, the footage that you're seeing here is from the 1925 film The Lost World, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, with wonderful, wonderful special effects. 1925. By Willis O'Brien, a virtuoso of stop-motion animation.
Fossils out quicker, they began using gunpowder and dynamite. Cope, meanwhile, had his own dig in Canyon City, but Marsh wanted those too. Marsh dispatched men who were able to buy some fossils right out from under Cope's nose, including...
Yep, and proxy bone wars. There you go, Necromancy. Because both of these two guys are kind of, they're kind of Yankee Doodle dandies, both of them, Marsh and Cope. Neither of them really spent all that much time in the field, especially not Marsh. And they would hire crews to go out and dig up the fossils, for them, and then ship them back to the East Coast. So yeah,
diminutive Nanosaurus. In 1878, Marsh became president of the National Academy of Sciences and opened a new theater of the war. He sought to combine the various geological, mapping, and paleontological surveys spread between the War, Interior, and Land offices into a single survey. Cope worked largely with the Interior Survey, and if combined, would lose the position. But he was in Europe and unable to provide much of a fight, while Marsh pushed his ideas through Congress, battling other interests. Ultimately, the U.S. Geological Survey was formed, consolidating the other surveys, and a Marsh ally was put in charge. Marsh hoped to cut Cope off from the western boneyards entirely. This eventually led to Marsh being made chief paleontologist of the survey, but he had a problem. By his own machinations, those who worked with the survey did not own the specimens they collected, but a deal was made that allowed Marsh to keep the most important specimens at Yale. Meanwhile, Marsh got word from 2 railroad men who had discovered bones west of Cheyenne at Como Bluffs. Incredible, and had been called perhaps the greatest dinosaur boneyard of all time. Marsh, however, was always late paying his employees and unpleasant to work with, which caused one of the men to defect to Cope. Marsh was known to order his people to destroy fossils rather than let them fall into Cope's hands. By the 1880s, Cope was getting desperate for money. He had spent through the inheritance from his father and lost more attempting to make money in mining.
Yeah. So Cope made some investments in a silver mine in New Mexico that apparently was like a big old scam, and he just lost all of his money. Yeah, a lot of these, like, precious metal mines, this is like the cryptocurrency of its day. Just, like, scams abounded, and lots of people just lost they lost all their fortunes.
He was nearly destitute, and it was then that Marsh and the head of the Geological Survey, John Wesley Powell, tried to claim Cope's only assets, his fossils, as property of the government. Cope was prepared to fire back. For years, he had collected testimony from disgruntled Marsh assistants, and he brought the wide-ranging complaints to the newspapers. He sought to discredit both Marsh and Powell, accusing Powell of misusing funds and controlling a politico-scientific monopoly, while he attacked Marsh for plagiarizing from his assistants. The New York Herald carried the headline, "Scientists Wage Bitter Warfare." One former Marsh employee claimed that in the many years he knew him, "I never knew him to do 2 consecutive honest days' work in science." It dragged in long lists of other scientists, and the scientific community was shocked that the fight had spilled into public. By 1892,
Yep.
the attack found allies from other enemies of Powell in the Geological Survey, and Marsh's secrecy and hoarding of fossils came under attack. Paleontology was stripped entirely from the survey.
Yep.
Marsh lost his cushy job, but for Congress, the target was primarily Powell. In the 1890s, Cope returned to the field and was able to recover some of his finances. Marsh then had his own financial woes. He always lived bigger than Cope and built a mansion he was forced to mortgage. Then the 1893 crash left him considerably humbled, and he couldn't finance Western expeditions any longer.
Yep.
While Cope was known for making hurried mistakes in his many papers, it was Marsh who made the most famous mistake. From Como Bluffs came a sauropod skeleton that was nearly complete, but had no skull. He attached a head from another site that seemed right and called it Brontosaurus. The skull turned out to be incorrect and has caused decades of disagreement over whether Brontosaurus even exists or if it was simply a misidentified Apatosaurus. In 2015, several researchers defended the genus as
boy. Anyway, Brontosaurus. Kind of tired of the whole Brontosaurus debate, but I don't know. I say Apatosaurus myself, because if Brontosaurus is a separate genus than Apatosaurus, then just about every sauropod specimen ever dug up out of North America would be a separate genus. So anyway.
From Apatosaurus.
Yeah.
In the 1890s, Cope sold about 40% of his collection for $32,000, around $1 million in 2022.
Hang on, JMM. That's coming up. At the end, they both lose, but you can... I don't know. They both died sad and penniless. But yeah.
He became ill, mostly self-medicated with morphine, belladonna, and formalin, a substance in formaldehyde. He refused to have surgery and died on April 12, 1897, 56 years old. Marsh died 2 years later, on March 18, 1899. Despite the bad blood between the two, their impact on paleontology was profound. Before they began their trips to the West, there were only 9 named dinosaur species. Between the two of them, they described more than 120 more. Belt discovered many more species as well, and Marsh contributed significantly to evolutionary theory, publishing over 1,400 papers on a huge variety of scientific pursuits. So, who won the Bone Wars? Well, Marsh named more dinosaurs than Cope, naming 86 species to Cope's mere 56, but actually most of those species names didn't survive.
There's only a few dinosaurs that actually, are still considered valid today. We can go through them real quick, if you'd like. I realize everybody here is interested in dinosaurs, as I am, of course. So we'll talk about that.
It's not
but
uncommon. And a scientist names a dinosaur species it's often, upon further review, found to be either an already identified species or identified from insufficient information or not a dinosaur at all. Science writer Mark Jaffe noted in his book on the Bone Wars, The Gilded Dinosaur, that for every 10 dinosaur genre named since 1820...
Genera. Anyway, sorry. Let him cook.
The Bone Wars, The Gilded Dinosaur, that for every 10 dinosaur genre named since 1824, 9 of them turned out to be not valid.
Yep. I'm actually working on a project about this, kind of in this the same milieu here.
Marsh published possibly the most influential dinosaur book of all time with his Dinosaurs of North America. Between the two of them, they discovered...
I don't know if that's the most influential dinosaur book of all time, honestly. I would not say that. I definitely would not say that. Shoot, even Roy Chapman Andrews' All About Dinosaurs, the children's book, is probably more influential than that. And that it influenced a lot of people who would later become paleontologists. People like Phil Currie and Bob Bacher, Jack Horner, Peter Dodson,
book of all time with his Dinosaurs of North America. Between the two of them, they discovered some of the most famous dinosaurs of all time, including the species of Triceratops, Stegosaurus, and Camarasaurus. Cope described over 1,000 new vertebrate species, including hundreds of fish and reptiles, including famous non-dinosaur Dimetrodon.
Yeah.
So they nearly destroyed themselves and each other. And
they did.
Science and
they
faith.
totally did.
Though their methods may actually have destroyed many specimens, both men unquestionably advanced the field of paleontology, even if unraveling their many species named and bone collections took decades. In the end...
It's still taking decades. This is still a major headache that we are still dealing with to this very day. The legacy of the Bone Wars is not just new taxa being named and new specimens being found. It's just this is an enormous rat's nest of tangled ideas, and we're still trying to unravel this stuff today and figure out, you know, where certain specimens are actually from, what taxa they actually belong to, all this stuff.
The winner of the Bone Wars might have been paleontology itself, and the millions of us who enjoy seeing those massive bones in museums of natural history. I hope you enjoyed this episode of The History Guy. Check out our community on thehistoryguyguild.locals.com, our web.
Yeah. Cool stuff. Kudos to the History Guy. Great video there. A lot better than whatever this was going to be. The other one that we were going to watch. Oh, boy. Yeah. So let's go over real quickly some of these different dinosaur taxa that were named during the Bone Wars. Let me just rattle a few off the top of my head. Stegosaurus, I think, was a marsh taxon. Everybody knows and loves good old Stegosaurus. Yeah. Stegosaurus, Wikipedia. Name means roof lizard, named by Marsh, 1877. There you go. Let's try, Allosaurus. I think also a marsh taxon, right? Allosaurus, Marsh, 1877. Let's try Apatosaurus, also Marsh, 1877. Triceratops. Everybody loves Triceratops. Holy cow. Yeah. Marsh, 1889. Let's see. Who else? Ceratosaurus. Ceratosaurus, Marsh, 1884. Man, we've got all these marshes. Let's do a cope. Coelophysis. There you go. Marsh. Oh, cope, 1889. Chalk one up for cope there. Who else did cope find? I don't know. There's a number of others, but like many of the most famous dinosaurs that you know and love from North America were discovered by Marsh and Cope, named by Marsh and Cope. Marshosaurus is named after Marsh. I don't think it was discovered by Marsh, Paleodraw, but it's named after Marsh, certainly. I think Marshosaurus was named by somebody in Utah. Was it Brooks Britt? Who named Marshosaurus? Oh, Scott Madsen, 1976. I just saw Scott back in October. Marshosaurus is named after Marsh. Yeah. How you doing, Paleodraw? Great to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. So yeah. And between the two, which scientist had more names that stood the test of time? Definitely Marsh. Yeah. O.C. Marsh. How does this... Come on, Wikipedia. I guess I gotta type in Othniel Charles Marsh. Yeah. Although he went by O.C. during his life. He didn't like the name Othniel. O.C. Marsh definitely named most of the dinosaurs. And I know that during... Well, the thing is, the Bone Wars is really interesting to talk about in the context of dinosaur paleontology, vertebrate paleontology in general, because just about every vertebrate paleontologist in North America today can trace their ancestry back to either Cope or Marsh. And you're asking, what do I mean by trace their ancestry, right? Like, what? Here's what I mean. When you're being trained as a scientist, usually you have, like, a mentor. You know, whether you're a graduate student and you've got a graduate advisor, or whether you're an undergrad or a master's student or whoever, you've got an advisor or a mentor or somebody. Even if you don't have, like, a super traditional academic background, you know, you've got people who trained you, people who were a big influence on you, and they can trace their academic heritage back to a mentor. And they can trace theirs back, and theirs back, and theirs back. And it's cool because in North America, it basically all goes back to Joseph Leidy. But Joseph Leidy... Joseph Leidy, who doesn't get talked about nearly enough. He should really be considered like the father of American paleontology. Joseph Leidy. He was also the guy that proved really important things like that horses had lived in North America before they were imported by the Spanish. Horses first evolved in North America. Then they went extinct, and the Spanish reintroduced them later. Joseph Leidy proved that. I think Joseph Leidy was also one of the first people to ever contribute. Like, he's one of the fathers of forensic science, I think, too. And you can read all about him here on Wikipedia. Here's an article. Anyway, we can all trace our heritage back to Joseph Leidy here in North America, if you're a North American scientist who was trained in paleontology in North America. But yeah, because he was kind of a mentor to both Marsh and Cope, sort of. But yeah, most of us in North America can kind of trace our ancestry back to either Marsh or Cope. And so why don't I try and do that right now, actually? You know? I've got... There are multiple lineages that I could trace my heritage through, but let's do it through the Montana lineage here. When I was in Montana, I worked under Jack Horner and Denver Fowler. Denver Fowler was Jack Horner's graduate student, so that's the same lineage there. Jack Horner, paleontologist. There we go. Yeah. And so, let's see here. I'm trying to get to John Ostrom here. He's going to be on here somewhere. But Jack worked for John Ostrom for a while. He also worked for... Who was it? Baird? Who doesn't show up in this article. Ostrom also doesn't show up. But let's just look up Ostrom real quick. Yeah, John Ostrom, American paleontologist. Yeah. Discoverer and describer of Deinonychus, the velociraptor of Jurassic Park fame. John Ostrom is the reason why we have Velociraptor in Jurassic Park. Kind of. That's the reason we have Deinonychus in Jurassic Park. But anyway. Yeah. And John Ostrom was working under, wasn't it Ned Colbert? Yeah. As a graduate student under his advisor Ned Colbert. Edwin H. Colbert. Famous American paleontologist. Worked on Coelophysis. And a number of other taxa. Edwin H. Colbert. I think worked under Osborne, right? Let's see. He married the daughter of William Diller Matthew, American vertebrate paleontologist. But yeah, so Colbert was a protege of Henry Fairfield Osborne. There we go. The guy who named Velociraptor and Tyrannosaurus. Henry Fairfield Osborne. Honestly, kind of a third-rate scientist, but a admittedly great museum director. He grew the American Museum like nobody else. Holy cow. And Osborne was a Cope student, I believe. Yeah. And there we go. Henry Fairfield Osborne was mentored by paleontologist Edward Drinker Cope. So I guess you could say that I trace my academic lineage all the way back to old Edward Drinker Cope, one of the primary combatants in the Bone Wars. So there you go. Yeah. There we are. There we are. So yeah. Yeah. You can do similar things with artists as well. There you go, Truckhorn. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. The mentor lineage. There you go, Munch Crisis. Welcome, Munch Crisis. How are you doing? Good to have you here. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and despite tracing my academic lineage back to Edward Drinker Cope, you know, this is not like sports teams where like, oh, I'm from Tallahassee, so I have to root for the Tallahassee Tigers or whatever. Like, it's not like sports like that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm a scientist, you know? So I can recognize the important contributions of both Marsh and Cope. And I don't know, I feel like I kind of resonate with Marsh a bit more. Yeah. R.C. Marsh and Red Cloud. So one of the things that I respect about Marsh is that during, you know, the Wild West era in the United States, where Native American people here within the bounds of the U.S. were being systematically killed off, genocided, basically, by the U.S. government, Othniel Charles Marsh actually worked to, you know, advocate for Native peoples. Here he is with Chief Red Cloud of the Sioux tribe, I want to say. So Marsh, in among all the really scummy things that he did during the Bone Wars, he actually went to Washington and lobbied the executive branch of the U.S. government to treat Native American peoples better. So yeah, you can read more about that elsewhere if you'd like to, but yeah, Cope didn't do this. Marsh did. God bless him for it, you know? Oh yeah. Claire versus Paul Giamatti looks so much like him. Yeah, I agree. So somebody was saying that this is actually like a long-running trope on this channel. Someday there needs to be a film, a Hollywood film, about the Bone Wars. About this conflict between Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope. Again, Marsh and Cope. And there actually was a film planned. And, Moonrise Rabbit says Willem Dafoe for Cope. I could maybe see that. Somebody else said Gary Oldman, which would also really work. But yeah. Yeah. And what is this, Claire? Ah, yes. Gary Oldman is Edward Drinker Cope. Paul Giamatti is Othniel Charles Marsh. Thank you, Claire. This is really good. Oh, man. Yeah. Excellent stuff. There was actually a film planned. It fell by the wayside, but yeah. There we go. Bone Wars. Steve Carell and... paywalls. Let's try this. Steve Carell, James Gandolfini to star as rival paleontologists in HBO's Bone Wars. Yeah. Set in the post-Civil War birth of American science, Bone Wars billed as a sophisticated comedy. Ooh, sophisticated. Chronicles the real-life, decades-long rivalry between Marsh and Cope, which led to the discovery of more than 160 dinosaurs. It's really, honestly, more like 16 dinosaurs. So many of those were invalid. And the pair's mutual downward spiral. James Gandolfini and Steve Carell are also executive producing. Yeah. Unfortunately, James Gandolfini passed away. And that, I think, is the main thing that sunk this project. I mean, I guess when one of your leads dies, and one of your executive producers dies, Yeah, but I would love to see this rekindled. Holy cow. Especially as a comedy, you know? It would be brilliant. I would love to see this, you know? Holy cow. If any Hollywood producers are watching this right now, or anybody from Amazon Studios, or Hulu, or Netflix, or anything, you know, this is a gold mine right here. You could make a film, or you could make... It might even work better as a series. You can make a whole show out of this. Oh man, it could be... It could be the hit show of 2024, you know? Yeah. And yeah, I know a lot of people you could consult about this to make sure that you get the science right, and that says, oh, it's as good as it could be. Yes. I would be thrilled to be involved also. But yeah. Anyway. Anyway, everyone loves a good rivalry. Agreed, Anthemono. Yes. Be fire on Hulu? Agreed. with this casting, or, you know, sky's the limit. I'm not a casting director. I don't... Yeah. But yeah, anywho. I want to say there's also a good, let's see. Good video here. Is this on YouTube anymore? Maybe it's not on here anymore. Oh, it is. It is. Yeah. I think... Yeah. Here we go. So I recognize this Twitch channel right here is intended to be family friendly. Which means no cuss words. You know, safe for all ages. Cool stuff, whatever. We might be departing from that ever so slightly here. I think most of the swears are bleeped out. But this is from a Comedy Central series called Drunk History. And this is about the Bone Wars. And so yeah, you're being given time to move, kids. There you go, Clever. Yes, indeed. Let's go ahead and take a look at this real quick, because I remember it being pretty amusing. Let's see...
An armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machine.
Greg Inc., thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. How you doing? Yeah. Let's have ourselves a look. Yeah. Oh, so if any of you are unfamiliar with how this works, here, yeah, anyway, they get a, like, famous person to drink a bunch, and then they have to recount a historical event, and, live on, on camera, they record the whole thing. It's not live, obviously, it's pre-recorded. And then they have actors reenact everything, kind of synced to the story. You'll get the idea. It's pretty straightforward. Take a look. Yeah. It would probably make Jenny Slate really, really happy to know that that some of my colleagues, some of my crewmates would call me Babe in the field. Yeah, anyway. Good stuff. I'll give you the link to this. We're not going to watch the whole thing. But, there you go. Yeah. I really, really like this video in particular because I feel like, you know, Jenny Slate, in talking about this stuff, she gets really into it. And, anyway, yeah. It's very goofy, but clearly she's very invested in the story. She's very invested in the idea of scientific discovery. And that just makes my heart sing. It makes me so happy. So I posted the link right there. Bookmark it. Watch it. It's really excellent. I think it's the best one of these drunk history things that anybody's ever done. It's really, really good. Just a masterpiece. You know, top tier. The pinnacle of drunk history. Check it out. But it also helps emphasize just sometimes how informal science is. When you're out there at the very frontiers of human knowledge, you know, you're usually not being overly formal. It's later on when you're writing things up or presenting your research at a conference or something that the formality kind of comes in. But I think a lot of people in the general public would be kind of shocked at how informal scientists are most of the time. So yeah. Anyway. And Xander says that's the most Californian thing you've said yet. Wait, what was, Xander? I missed it. Yeah. And video not available in your country? Well, shoot. If you have a VPN available, try for that, Amelia Bedelio. I'm sorry. Maybe we'll watch it another time, but right now, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. It is about time for me to make myself some dinner and also use the little paleontologist room over there. I must, as the kids would say, expel some urine. So I'm going to get to that in a minute or two here. But for right now, let's wrap up this stream for today. There's a Deinonychus skull there. We've been talking a bit about Deinonychus today. And, stick around for this raid, everybody. And Nautical Nick says, thank you. This is my first time watching. This was great. Welcome, welcome, Nautical Nix. I hope you'll join us maybe tomorrow if you have time. I stream every weekday here on Twitch at 2 p.m. California time. So I hope to see you tomorrow, Nautical Nix. And thank you for saving up channel points for that shoebill emote, too. I'm glad you had a great time, Nautical Nix. Thank you. Thank you to everybody who watched, who subscribed, who cheered, who moderated. I appreciate each and every one of you. Let's see who else is here on Twitch right now. We'll see if we can spread the science love with a raid. Who else is on currently? Let's see. Moo Hoodles is on. Well, let's go say hello to Moo Hoodles. And she is doing a sub-project, cookie giveaway, planet stuff. Moo Hoodles also does science outreach. Her specialties, though, are, I guess astrophysics, astronomy, and she really likes sharks, too. So let's go say hello to Moo Hoodles. Anyway. Thank you, everybody, for another wonderful stream. I hope you had a good time today. I know I did. I learned some stuff, too. Who knew that the mongooses, and meerkats, both together, not closely related to weasels. They're actually closer to cats. I did not know that. I wonder if there's actually some controversy about that. I'll have to look it up after stream. But anyway, thank you, everybody. Looks like 109 people are ready to raid into Moo Hoodles. I'll see you there, everybody. Take care, and I hope to see you tomorrow, too. For an extra special Valentino stream, by the way. Valentine's Day stream tomorrow. Don't miss it. Extra special stuff planned. It's going to be a lot of fun. Anyway. Thank you, everybody. catch you tomorrow.